call the meeting to order for the regular meeting of December 18th, 2023. And may we all stand for a prayer from Sister Patricia.
I hope you can all hear me. Mayor Nelson and members of the Town Council, I am honored and blessed to be here this evening and share with you my thoughts of this special time of the year, the Christmas season. As I was writing this presentation, I was also humming to myself the familiar song, "It's the most wonderful time of the year." Have no fear, I won't sing it. Let us put aside all the hustle and bustle and recall that this is a time of celebrating the birth of our Lord, a time to spend with our loved ones and let them know how much they mean to us, a time to exchange the best gift of all, ourselves, a time to spread peace and set aside differences, a time to wrap our gifts with love and understanding, a time to come together as one and hold hands across our country and our world, a time to spread cheer and let others know that we will greet them with open arms, no matter what country they come from or the circumstances we have met them. This is a time of giving, not just receiving presents in fancy wrapped packages, but to wrap our arms around our loved ones, our family, our friends, and even those we meet and just say hello or give a friendly smile. Remember, the Lord came for all. He is the reason for this season. Let me quote from the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. "Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is sadness, joy. And where there is darkness, light. May the light of the newborn babe at Bethlehem shine upon each of you, especially our council, as they serve the people of Enfield. A very merry and blessed Christmas from me and my Felician sisters to each of you and your families." Before I close, I have to say one thing. My mother taught me that you never go anywhere unless you bring a gift. I'm not Polish, but I am in a Polish community. So I brought for each one of you what they call the Polish opłatki. So when you go home, you can share it with your family and break the bread of love, understanding, and forgiveness. So this is my wish to each of you. God bless you.
Okay, Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance.
Right.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Counselor Sakala. Here. Counselor Crisati.
Here.
Counselor Finger.
Here.
Counselor Hendrickson.
Here.
Counselor Ludwig.
Here.
Counselor Mangini.
Here.
Counselor Nasuda.
Here.
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Here.
Counselor Santinella.
Here.
And Counselor Ungary. Here. 11 members are present, none are absent.
Okay, in the event of a fire and emergency, there are two means of exits from the council chambers. Exit out the rear doors and walk a safe distance away from the building, or exit through the side doors, go down one flight of stairs and out the doors and walk a safe distance away from the building. Thank you. Next, minutes of preceding meeting. Special meeting of December 4th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any comments, corrections, or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? It's unanimous. The regular meeting of December 4th, 2023. Motion's made and seconded. Any comments, corrections, or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? It's unanimous. Next, we're going to move on to special guest, John Hammer with SLR Consulting.
There are three folks involved in these two presentations, Mayor. We welcome. They can come on up. Make sure your mic is on. I would just like to thank everybody for being here this evening. I know we have a lot of sports enthusiasts, and that's really what these two items are geared for. I think you'll find it interesting, and we couldn't have asked for a better night. I know you're here on sports-related items, and I think this will be interesting to all of you, and it will benefit all of the sports teams and all of our student-athletes in the town of Enfield going forward. So I'm glad that we have you all here to hear it firsthand. With that, I'm just going to give the intro. Last meeting, I mentioned that it would be informative if, as a town, we had a master plan of our fields. What do we have? What's the stock? Who's using these fields? What's the demand? What's the cost to maintain them? What is their quality? Fortunately for us, John Hammer was in the crowd. He was with, most of you know the name, McBride and McBroom, currently SLR. But they've been doing projects for the town of Enfield for decades. They're consummate professionals. They helped on Higgins. I believe they worked on Powder Hollow. They've done the high school. They have a wealth of knowledge which is invaluable to us because they know our town and they know how important the council and we all feel about sports and youth activities in the town. So he heard me at the last meeting. We've had meetings. I just want the residents to know we have the funds in Public Works under architectural and design to pay for this study. We'll get to that in a moment, but I think this will really aid us in determining our future and where we want to invest our money with the competing interests, because there's nothing more important than keeping our young people involved, and this is one great way to do it, and I think we can do it. I think we can do all the projects in this town. We have to have some patience. This is a good beginning, but let's work together. I'm trying to do a plan for 4, 5, 6, 10 years so that we can afford to do it and implement them as we go, but address everybody's love of sports, whatever it might be. So with that, John, please proceed.
Thanks, Chris. I'd just like to thank the council for, excuse me, for having us here. My name is John Hammer. I am a landscape architect with SLR Consulting. We were formerly Malone & McBroom out of Cheshire, Connecticut. We have offices all over the Northeast as Malone & McBroom. As SLR, we have large international footprint. But most of the work that I'm familiar with is in this area. I live in Glastonbury. I've been working in Enfield since I started at Malone & McBroom. Ironically, my first project ever was the Hazardville streetscape. And if anybody's been to a planning zone meeting, I've probably said 3 times now that I've worked on that project. But I've also worked on the Enfield High School and the Fermi synthetic turf project and natural grass fields. My name is actually on some of those plans along with my peers and specifications, so I'm familiar with both. Fermi was one of the first projects we were able to use CAD to do a balanced earthwork on, which was important on that project, which is actually a pretty cool thing. I'm also the project manager for Higgins and the plans and the documents that have been bid and so on and so forth. Mark Aragoni, who I'll introduce here in a minute, was responsible for a lot of the initial work at Higgins. And I'm also the project manager for Powder Hollow and do a lot of the production work and design work there. And I'm also working on the DPW fueling station with Tom Daly from our office. So we do a lot of stuff here, not to mention all the roads and sidewalk work. So what's really important, though, to this meeting tonight is our recent reference project, which is the active use study and the Wolf Swamp fields that were completed in Long Meadow. So that's a little bit of my background. I'm going to hand this over to Mark real quick so he can talk about his.
Thank you. Very, very quickly, because I think we should get right into what we're here for. Mark Aragoni, also a landscape architect, been with Malone & McBroom and SLR for 28 years, and have privileged in working on a lot of projects in Enfield, and we look forward to maybe taking a little bit of a step back to make sure we understand all the athletic uses, how the fields are being used, and then plan that way forward to make sure we really look at implementation, not next year, not 2 years, just make sure we do it over a 1 to 10 year period so you can plan accordingly. Because a lot of these improvement projects are not cheap, they cost money. And maintenance and putting Band-Aids on facilities also cost a lot of money. So we just want to make sure we prioritize and help you prioritize and understand what you have and what we need to do to continue to provide the adequate recreational resources and fields for the town.
So the purpose of our first project is to provide the town council with an understanding of the demands that are being put on your rectangular fields and your ball diamonds. It sounds really simple. There's a lot of complicated computations that go on that result in an example, this chart here. And we will, from that, be able to provide the town council with the quantity of fields that you also have to meet that demand. So it's a pretty simple supply and demand exercise at face value. But because there are so many sports, there are so many age groups, and then all of those age groups have different field size requirements, typically that they prefer to practice on and play on. This table of the result is a sum of a lot of data acquisition that we have done and continue to do for a lot of municipalities. The table really just shows you, in summary, the big numbers up at the top, that for a certain youth group or a certain field size, we're really interested in field sizes, that you need three of them for one size, 3 for another, 2 for another, so on and so forth. So by accumulating all this data from the youth groups, all of this data from the high school, we put it all together, and then we tell you how many fields that we think you need, knowing that grass fields, for example, have a limit of 20 hours a week. So there's knowns, and the unknowns right now are what your demand is. Along with that, obviously, we will work with the town through Donald to get the quantity of fields and with Mark Gar. So the process for this is we meet with Corey O'Connell. We document the school data from 2023 spring and fall demands, the actual participants that were in the sports. In parallel, we will meet with the youth organizations to document the same data from them. And then we sort and compile that data essentially by the sport and the field size. And then we document fields provided for the spring and the fall. So again, it's constantly looking at what you need and what you're supplying. And then, as I mentioned on the previous slide, it's repeated on this slide. You can see the ball diamond matrix and the matrix for field layouts. So in summary, what we're trying to do is what Chris laid out pretty simply is to help you understand how many soccer fields you need, how many field hockey fields you need, how many lacrosse fields you need, not to leave any sport out, of course, but how many ball diamonds you need, and then simply tabulate what you have, and then come and all of you will have the information to make the decisions that you feel that are appropriate for your town. We're not here to make the decisions for you.
And just quick, thanks, John. Just quick to add, this is a living document. So right now we've pretty much perfected and modified an Excel document. So when we turn it over to you, whether we stay involved or not, as new sports come online, some sports demand goes down, this can be modified based upon if a new facility gets built. You can add it to this document. If you add 2 or 3 more towns to a soccer league, if there's adult sports that become more popular, this is a living document, so it's not a one time, then it's done. The goal is we get all this information, we get it in once, and then it can be modified year to year to year. So it's a really good tool. We've noticed it being more valuable to a lot of communities who have Park and Recs directors or a lot of institutional knowledge that either move on, take a different job, or they're retiring. And it's left all that institutional knowledge of how certain people use this field or that field every year and what maintenance goes into it is gone. This allows you at least a document where it's a starting point and continue to be modified. So it becomes very, very valuable, and we're excited to get working on it.
And Mr. Mayor, the important thing about this is the cost is between $12,000 and $15,000. It's already budgeted, but we didn't want to expend it unless we had buy-in from the council. They can do it. What's your time frame for start to finish? And one thing I'd like to say, all the stakeholders, all the teams in this room and all those teams in town will be consulted. They'll be able to sit down and have input to this study. But the time frame, gentlemen?
Yeah, it's probably a couple months to do it, roughly.
And that's what we were hopeful that we'd have it for the spring, which would inform some of the decisions on field use policies, on CIP projects, on purchasing equipment and maintenance in the upcoming budget. So with that, I highly recommend, I hope we have a consensus of the council to proceed with this. You can withhold it and let me know later, and we'll move on to the second part of their presentation. I just like to say this is very exciting because, you know, when I was here before and here again, one of the big frustrations is the flooding of the fields at the high school, which renders them unusable most of the time. I'm just going to give the pass because these gentlemen have been involved in it. When they initially did the study to do the proper drainage there, it would have been about $200 grand. Current cost is over $1.5 million. So it isn't just that it's cost prohibitive, it's the timeline. About a year to go in and put the drainage in, and then 6 months to 12 months to grow the grass. So the fields would be offline for 2 years, which really isn't realistic. This new program, which really isn't new to us, these gentlemen have done it here and all over the country. They're going to tell you the cost that they believe it would be, the fact that others have used it, it's tried and true, it lasts a long time. There are other components to this as well. What do you do after that to maintain the fields? What do we need to augment them, and how much does that cost? How long will it last us, and also what equipment do we need? One of the biggest obstacles is we put a system in place. We don't maintain it. So it would have had a 20-year life expectancy, but it had a 5-year. We are supposed to do certain maintenance, but we don't have the equipment and we don't buy it, so it doesn't last, or we can't use it when our folks need it. So this would be a comprehensive look at all that. I want you to know, I worked with Chris Drezick and these gentlemen a couple of years ago, and it was COVID. So we said, let's put our time to good use. We pulled out and dusted off plans behind the high school, not only address the drainage, but where the football field is. What about the fields that were there? I just want you to know, because there's been a lot of rumor and talk about it, what we had proposed with the superintendent and with our architects, and they had preliminary plans, was it's too late to do it all. They've done some good things in the last 2 years, but we were going to move the field up against the hill. We were going to have visitor and home teams. We were going to have an archway to come in that would have been a great entranceway and make Enfield residents proud to come to the games. There were going to be training rooms, parking, then the 4 fields were going to be turf, and they were going to be lit. So it was a transformational. We used to call it the Field of Dreams. Now, for whatever reason, they did talk about it after. I think costs perhaps had gone up. There was going to be a shared responsibility between the Board of Ed and the town, mostly borne by Chris Drezick and his use of ARPA funds. Well, that isn't possible today. So this is the first step in the plan. We are still talking, and we will be looking at perhaps future budgets, CIP, affordability, input from our residents and you to maybe still do a gateway with parking and perhaps addendums to some of the fields for turf and lighting. That's not for tonight's discussion. We did all this in about a week and a half, and I'm excited to say this is something we could start. I'm not going to take away their thunder, but this is an amazing project that we could do quickly and very, very efficiently and cost effectively, that would give us 4 fields back at the high school to use on a permanent basis, not subject to flooding or raining like we had today. Gentlemen?
No pressure. Thanks, Chris. So, yeah, you know me already. I've given my background in Mark. I'm just going to have Ian do a quick introduction on who he is and where he's from and some of his credentials. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'll just move a bit closer. Yeah, as John said, my name's Ian Lacey. I'm the lead project advisor with Tom Irwin Advisors. We're in Burlington, Massachusetts as a head office. I've been with Tom Irwin since I arrived in the US from England 9 years ago. Previously, as the slide says, I've spent time as a golf course superintendent. I've been a grounds manager at professional soccer facilities, university lecturer, and latterly, but all sort of parallel to that, I've been a consultant and an advisor on anything related to golf or sports athletic fields.
Thanks, Ian. So what this project is about, to Chris's point, is to increasing the amount of playing time that you would have at the Enfield High School ball diamonds and multipurpose fields at the bottom of the slope. So right now, we know that we've been doing investigation and analysis on and off on these fields since at least 2 or 3 years ago when Chris mentioned the Field Dreams. Through that process, we had done some test pits and analysis and other things we were able to rely on. But the short of it for tonight is that, as a high overview, you have water traveling from the bottom of the slope below the parking lot, and then it crosses from the right to left on that picture up there towards the track. And the closer it gets toward the track, literally the deeper the water it gets and the soggier the soil becomes. So technically, the fields are sloped at 1.5%, which is acceptable. Not only acceptable, it's actually a good slope. So it's more than acceptable. As I mentioned, we have water pooling down by the stadium, the track and field. It's failing to get across the walkway that's down there. And over time, it's been 15 years. I actually was looking at photos today of the construction photos of this. But it's been 15 years, so there's going to be settlement and things that happen down there. What we're looking to do is to evacuate water from the surface and to move it into the lower section of the topsoil. So the topsoil is about 6 inches thick. Right now, most of the water sits in the top half of that, probably in the top 2 inches. It's very saturated. The soil doesn't move water very well, and we noted that. So the upside of this is we know that the irrigation system is designed and installed in such a way that it permits us to put in a series of pipes and drainage out there to move the water down into the soil section and into drainage. Technically, on a technical side, it's about 12 to 14 inches deep, so it's about a foot down. And we need the irrigation system to be down that deep to do some of the things we're going to propose. And one of those things that I'm going to talk about is a 2-inch turf flow drainage and rice stone or pea stone backfill. That's a technical term for putting a drain in the field that you won't see. So this is what it looks like. This is actual photos from the left field of Wolf Swamp Field in Longmeadow. We had designed this to eliminate the same sort of problem that you're having at your fields, and it worked very effectively. And in fact, you can't even tell that it's there today. So the photo on the right is part of the design, but what you can't really see in this photo is where those big dark boxes are where the stone is piled is a collector pipe, which is where those little laterals plumb into. So what we're going to end up doing is just putting this pipe down the fields, and then we're going to put all these little finger feeders to it, and then we're going to drain these fields. So the other good thing is having all the design plans in our office. I was able to pull them up and look for the catch basins, and there's 2 of them, one on either side of the 50-yard line behind the fence, so to speak. But essentially the short of it is we have a place to run this water to. We're going to install what you see here, which is a 2-inch turf flow drain. Those ones are shown at about 15 feet apart because that's what we had for a design in that situation. But at the fields behind Enfield High School, they'll be 70 feet apart, which is part of a total solution, which includes a sand slit drain. And Ian will talk about exactly what these sand slit drains are, but they're slits that put 8 to 10 inches apart and 6 inches in depth. You'll see images on this, but the recommendation is essentially to get the water off of the top of the soil in the fields and get it down to the bottom part of the fields and then into pipes and then down into the drainage system. The good news is that because of the system that we're going to be using, we're not going to be running sort of a fire hydrant hose into the drainage and overwhelming the system that's there. The system that there is taking the water, the same amount of water that we're going to be proposing here, so there's no change. It's just a different way of getting it there. So again, this is an example of the left of what happened when we put it in initially, and that's probably 2 months, maybe a month and a half afterwards on the right. If you look really closely up near the foul pole up here, the system extends out to here and out and around this whole area, and you can faintly see these drains running across here. If you go to those fields now, you'd never know they were there. And the field went from draining, it would hold water for the entire day between 3 to 5 inches deep at this outfield fence. And you can go out there after the rain is done, and I'm pretty confident even today that by the end of today, those fields would be, the water is gone. So this is the drainage system. This is a plan view, an aerial without the image behind it. The red, notably, is the existing irrigation system off of our design plans, confirmed with through Donald. We're pretty confident this is what's there, but again, we can flag heads and things and find it. The dashed line is the 6-inch pipe, which conveys water, and the solid lines are the 2-inch slit drains, which collect the water. And these are drawn way out of proportion. Each one of those lines is probably drawn 8 to 10 feet wide. And if I drew them at their actual width, you wouldn't even be able to see what they were. So I just want to make sure that everybody realizes we're not putting these 6-foot wide things out on the field. Demonstration purposes only. There's also a bunch of technical notes on here because we're ready to put this out. So you can see that. Well, what you can't see is the topography here because the contours are gray and they're very light. So I'll try to explain it briefly. There is a low spot in the outfield of this ball diamond right here, which is a common practice, and there's nothing wrong with that solution. But we are having trouble with the topsoil, the way that it is, moving the water out of there. So each one of these finger drains is going to help get that water out of there and into the Cyan system, which is your existing system of our original 2008 plans. So essentially, we're going to take all this water off of this field and slowly move it down to these drains and get it off of the surface. These are just some of the details. If you were to slice a piece of pie and look at the side of the pie, this is what the under drain, this is the collector system here. This is the 2-inch turf flow drain system, so you can sort of see, whoa. I'm gonna try to zoom in, and I'm not gonna work. Anyway, you can see that this, in comparison to this, the proportions, this is minor. And then this is sort of what the spacing looks like for the sand slit drains, which Ian is gonna talk about now. Ian, I'll roll around for you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, John. Yes, so as John sort of mentioned there, the turf flow drains, we often call them primary drainage systems. So they're usually subsurface drainage, anything from 12 to 24 inches into the ground. We often then run this, what we call secondary system, which is linear sand slits. So there's no pipes in these slits. It's just a slit that's about ½ an inch wide, and then it's packed full of sand. It's a particular type of sand because we need it very porous. So we need to make sure that the water, when it hits the sand, it will run through that sand, and then it will be transported down towards those drains that are going to be installed. So the way that the sand slits work is they would work if, John, can you just go back to that?
Yeah, just wheel the mouse up.
Sorry. So yeah, just to show you the way that it works on this diagram here is you can see the way the primary drainage is set. As John had said, we often call that a herringbone system. So the way that the sand slits would work is if you look at the very top of the image and then look down to the bottom of the image, basically the sand slits will run almost perpendicular to the drains, running sort of top to bottom. They'll be every 8 inches apart, and they'll run the full distance apart from the infields, because we don't need to drain the infields, but we do need to run the sand slits pretty much up to the infields so that we can pick that water coming off the infields as soon as it's discharged from the infield. So I've calculated there'll be about 370, 380 of these slits that will run from, right to left, if you like, north to south, east to west, whichever that is. And each one of them, as I say, will be 6 inches into the ground, packed full of sand. So what happens then is, because we're running them perpendicular, or basically up and down the diagram, as you can see, most of the water that will fall on the fields will fall on the right-hand side of the image and then run across the image to the left-hand side, as John was saying. So the slits will, as water moves across the surface, or what we call sheds across the surface, it will then be picked up by each particular sand slit and then transported down. So that's the reason that there's so many, because one of the situations that I found when I went and tested the fields last week is the infiltration rate at the minute. So that's basically the rate, the speed at which water can get from the surface, into the structure, apologies, is 0.75 inches an hour, which is extremely low. We like to see 3 to 4 inches an hour. So if you think about, obviously, the rain that we've all sadly had today, while that wouldn't have coped with even that rain, it would have started to make a difference. So at 0.75, we're really not going to get any flow. If we don't get flow, then we don't get what we call pressure, hydraulic conductivity. So what happens then is we can't push the water down because there's no pressure. There's no force to push it down. So that's why we need to open that surface up and keep it open with these sand slits. These sand slits are permanent. You may well see that the turf will eventually grow over the sand slits, but that's fine. That's exactly what we want. That's not going to stop the moisture from getting to the slit and then be transported into the surface. Let me just move back to this. So here, as you can see here, this image on the right-hand side of this slide, this was an image taken probably about 3 or 4 days after the operation. So you can see it's very kind to a surface. It doesn't cause mass issues to the surface. It certainly doesn't make it unplayable. We normally say 2 weeks is a good amount of time from an operation like this before we would appreciate the field being used. That's just for that extra safety factor that we're looking for. Other things on the slide there, just want to point out a couple of other things. The VWC, or volumetric water capacity as we call it, that's the amount of water that those sand slits can hold at any one time. Normally soils can hold what we call field capacity, which is 70% moisture, and then it would drain out naturally. With these soils, because they're very silty in nature, the water does not drain through quickly enough, so it will sit at the surface, which has obviously been the issues that the fields have suffered from over the years. Other telltale factors for me when I was on site is we see a lot of bent grass, we see a lot of compaction problems. That's all caused by the soils being what we call tight, or very, very finely meshed together. So by putting the sand slits in again, we open it up, and it's all designed to open the water, to get the water down to that main drainage system. That drainage system on its own probably would not work efficiently, or as efficiently as we want. So the secondary system is where we help that move. And I think that's about this. This is just a couple more images of the equipment being used, as you can see there. The image on the left, that's actually the sand being deposited into the slits, and then the image on the right is just how it's fed. So there's a trailer that sits there with a conveyor belt that throws the sand into what we call a Vibrosand, or the Sandmaster, and then the Sandmaster it vibrates and shakes it and then packs it into the slits. Now this facility here, this was 4 weeks after we sand slitted, that image on the right. That's up in Cumberland, Rhode Island. And that was a predominantly very poor surface. Did not drain at all. We didn't put primary drainage in here because the town couldn't afford it. So the next best option was to try the sand slits. And as I say, this is a month, 3 to 4 weeks after. And these fields continue 4 years on to be extremely playable. And everybody who plays on the fields, or the officials, the team that maintains the fields, they've gone from absolutely hating these fields to loving them now, and everybody wants to play on them because they're now one of the best set of fields in that particular town. You can see just from the list, there's a few other and there are more than this, but obviously just to keep it fairly prompt, you can see all the different municipals as well as private facilities where this system has been used. So yeah, that's in sort of fairly quick, in a nutshell, the whole process.
And now what we've all been waiting for, the time frame and the cost.
Drum roll, please. Ian, we'll come back to the maintenance.
Yep, we'll come back to that next time.
So, in our opinion, the complete system has been broken down into two categories, which alludes to what Ian was just talking about, the sand slit drain versus the primary drainage, which is the 2-inch turf flow drains and the collector pipes. We're looking at an opinion of around $200,000 to do the collector pipes and 2-inch turf flow system, and then the $100,000 to cross over the top of it, if you will, with the sand slit system. So the total for that would be $300,000. The timeline for that is, honestly, we have most of the documents done for the bid documents, and we could be ready on the 21st. In January, 3-week bid period, February bid award. The construction is really, as you can tell, and what goes on out there is heavily weather dependent, and the equipment that needs to get put onto the fields, even though they are turf tired and whatnot, you can tell that by the amount of sand that is in them, they carry a lot of weight. So we need the weather to be in such a way that it's dry, and the drier, and the surface is drier, and because of the primary system with the collector pipes and the 2-inch system, the 2-week turnaround that Ian was talking about was just for the sand slit system. But when we have to put in an 18-inch wide trench out there to put the 6-inch pipe in and do the things that we feel like should be done here, you're looking at 2 months, so part of the spring season. But there are some things that we can do to mitigate that, which if you want, Ian could talk about, but we could cut the sod thicker.
Yeah, we needn't get into the maintenance at this juncture. It will be part of it because I already alluded to that before. I know we have a lot of people here waiting for other items on the agenda, but this is an aggressive schedule. Finance is probably having a heart attack that I put this up. I wanted it to be aggressive so people knew it was a reality. I think the cost is well within hand, and it's something for your consideration. We know the cost of a new field anywhere is a very expensive prospect. This gives us 4 fields online. Whatever the way you cut it, if we even went out and the next council, you wanted to consider it and have the money transferred, we could do it, go out to bid, and weather dependent, we could do it in the spring. So I wanted you all to know that this is a very good option, and I asked them to include real places they've done it and longevity, so people knew it was real, that it's a proven system. It's not new or fly by night. And so if you have questions, please ask, and otherwise, again, you can let me know at your convenience whether you'd like to proceed with this. I will tell you, I spoke to Superintendent Drezek, and he enthusiastically supports this and would like to see the council consider it.
Questions? Councilman Ongire.
Thank you for coming and explaining all that. Do you do residents? Just one quick question. You said this was permanent. What's the lifespan of this? Like, how long is it technically good for?
Yep. Pretty much as long as, and Chris alluded to it, as long as it was maintained, as long as the fields are maintained reasonably correctly, then that system should last pretty much forever. It's plastic pipes in the ground, surrounded by a stone, so none of that will degrade or lose its viability. It's what we call a double thick pipe, so it has a crushability factor that is way more than is necessary. And the sand slits, that once the sand is in, that's not moving pretty much anywhere. You can do pretty much any maintenance on top of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and your time and all your detail. First part of my question. We're looking at, I guess, between 12 and 15,000 for the study. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
And then we're also looking at around 300,000 for the actual work completion?
Well, they're independent of each other. They've already done the work on this, so this is a standalone project. But I thought, again, we're talking we should have vision and know what our needs are, the needs of our sports teams. So that would be done separately, and we'll address all the fields in town. This is just specific to the fields behind the high school.
Okay. And through our mayor to our town manager, I know we have a good working relationship with superintendent of schools, and you said he, is on board with this, project. Does
Correct.
that mean that he's also on board with allocating funding toward this project?
I didn't
from their
ask him
budget?
that
Oh,
because
okay.
sometimes that, that's your wheelhouse. I think given the cost of it, I know we're considering other projects this evening, both in front, behind, and in other places where I think we could muster this amount of money without sacrificing something else. So my gut is for this amount, given the fact when we were going to do the Field of Dreams, and it was probably 11 or 12 million, and he was going to pay probably 9 of it, I would give them a pass and say this should be borne by the town. It's going to benefit all of our all of our students, which is a large portion of the families in town. So instead of weighing it down and kicking it over to the Board of Ed and perhaps having all the winter go by in the spring and all the fields flooded when they go to open, the sports in the spring, I would recommend that we bear the full responsibility of the $300,000. That's my respectful opinion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a lot of comments, not really many questions. I'm going to save the majority of my comments when we get to the resolutions for Powder Hollow. I can say that this is fine. It only solves part of the problem. It doesn't solve the problems that we have completely. And I would support this $300,000, but not on the back of dismantling a project that we've already allocated funds to. So I'll get to the rest of my comments when we get there, but thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. It's kind of news to me that we had a Field of Dreams project. I really didn't know too much about that. But if you were part of that, designing that or coming up with the drainage, have you done projects this large in terms of the square footage of the area down behind Enfield High School? And also, while you were down there checking out the area, what is your opinion of the surface grass type that is out there right now for you to do this particular project?
Yes, we have done projects of similar size. It tends to be slightly smaller as well, so usually it's one field or maybe two fields side by side that tend to have an issue, or it might be two fields in different parts of a town. But we have done, facilities of similar size to this, which is actually easier because the equipment's quite, as you saw, is quite big, and so turning it around and making it work is, it's much easier in a bigger environment. To the surface of the fields when I walk them, I noticed a lot of what we call bent grass, and that's synonymous with wet surfaces, compacted surfaces. So what happens is because the water can't drain, it sits there. Most bent grasses are what we call a carpet grass, so they like to grow across the surface and creep. So they don't like to work hard for their water. So they sit on the surface. They pluck their roots in, about an inch, and they're happy to sit there. And then they will then prosper. And at that point, then, because of our performance turf grasses, the bluegrasses, the ryegrasses that we like to have in athletic fields for their durability and their consistency, they get strangled out by the carpet grasses, by the weed. So you'll see a lot of clover, you'll see a lot of surface-loving, wet-loving perennial weeds also that have a taproot. So they're quite happy just to tap down for moisture if they need it also. So yeah, that's what I saw mostly on the surfaces of the fields. I mean, obviously, it's a bit unfair to look at a field in December and say, it's not in great condition. But generally, the surfaces, you could tell. If I'd never walked on them before and I didn't know that they had drainage issues, I would have pretty quickly worked out that it's usually a surface water issue that's causing those kind of conditions.
Mr. Mayor?
All right, yeah, thank
If I
you.
respond, thank you, Bob, for clarifying that, and you're absolutely right on the Field of Dreams concept. What had happened was, it was near the end when I was here, and Chris and I were giving a tour to the governor at the high school. We didn't know how ARPA funds could be used at that point. There wasn't clear guidance from the government. So Chris had asked the governor, we showed him the field area and said, do you think we talked to him about improvements? And he said, boy, I think that'd be a great use of the funds. So we quickly, as I did this in a couple of weeks, we did introductory meetings. I did keep it a little close to the vest. I wanted to surprise the council. Our intent was, after the last meeting where we discussed a lot of we were going to have a joint meeting of the Board of Ed and the council and propose it. Chris did tell me that he talked about it with Ellen, my predecessor, at a couple of meetings. At that juncture, there were other, I think, competing interests, priorities, cost was a concern, and at that point he said it lost steam. But that's what the historical record was. But thank you for the question. I think folks should know, and some of it was just coming back to me when I talked to Chris this afternoon, so thank you.
All right, thanks. The only other question that I do have in regards to like where the ball fields are. All right, so you have the baseball fields there, you have a softball field there, and then there's going to be soccer fields, field hockey fields, practice football fields, all in that particular area there. Okay, so. Talk is, we're helping with the drainage of these fields here. Well, one thing is, if we're going to be looking at the fields, none of these fields have fences. And I think one of the wants would be fencing. I know that's not part of the, I'll wait for that. But in terms of what's the way that those fields were designed, what's your opinion of that?
Is it possible to do? Are you asking if it's possible to do fencing out there?
No, I'm asking in the design of those fields when they were redone, the location of those fields. What's your opinion of that?
I guess I don't understand. Are they in the right location?
Yes.
Yeah, if they were drained, if we had drainage down there, they would be functional. And the location of those is, per the design, I guess, is, there's the problem that you have there is a drainage problem, not so much the fields in their orientation or anything themselves. So.
All right, because those fields were switched around when the new construction of the high school took place, and we didn't have as much of these issues prior to that. So just throwing that out there. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, hi. Nice presentation. I have a few questions about what's going on here. One is, when you said that when you go from start to finish, I heard 2 years that they can't play on there?
That would be, Doug, if you were to go back to what the initial plan would have called for, that was $200,000. Bob's alluding to when they changed the fields. To do the entire, to complete that at this juncture would be $1.5 million and take 18 months to 2 years. This would take, when they start, 2 months.
Oh, okay, so I misunderstood that. That's the other
Well, there was a
one.
lot of information, so that's why I appreciate the
okay,
question.
so it's 2 months.
Yeah,
All right.
so the way that works is that if we were to do this in a method where you strip the topsoil off with a D5 dozer and push it to one end of the fields and put a gravel blanket under there, that's 1.5 years. That was part of the previous work. We're proposing to put this drainage system in and solve it in 2 months.
Okay, because I wasn't going to agree with this. It was going to take 2 years for our athletes can't get out there. There's absolutely no way.
This is sort of in lieu of that. That's
Yeah.
the,
All right,
the
and
gist.
then fencing, in the same manner as Councilor Crissati, I don't think it's a want. I think it's a need that they got to have those fences. They got to have the outside, the fence on the outside and the track, everything. I think they got to have it. It's not they should want it. They should have it if we're going to put them there. That's what the kids want. That's what they want. That's my thing about that. The guarantee for the work that you're doing, what's the years?
well, I think Ian pointed to that.
If we decide to do both, What's the guarantee? How long? How many years?
It's permanent.
So you're going to give us a lifetime guarantee on it?
Well, we can't, obviously, as the designers, warranty the work of the contractor, but the design is intended to work for, the lifetime of the installation. So, yes, the plastic pipes are not going to, plastic pipes last the longevity
Doug, in
of the plastic pipe.
in the bid documents,
Yeah.
we can address that with finance to say and review and see what the actual guarantee and warranties are. We'll make that known to the council before you award it.
Okay. So, well, that's got to wait on that one, too. What's the maintenance? I think you said you had something to maintenance about when you put that sand down, okay, and the grass overgrows it. Is there maintenance involved with that sand? Because you said it's a fine sand, right? So, to me, I think if you go to a beach, you get fine sand and the waves wash it away. Well, that's water.
Yeah,
So,
it's
I don't
not actually,
understand.
it's not the same. Am I on? Oh, yeah, sorry. It's not the same sand that we use that you can get from a beach. It's actually comes from a quarry, and it's what we call machined, so that all the particles fall within what we call a particle size distribution. So where on a beach, you've probably seen the wet sand when the tide's gone out. It's very firm and wet, and then the beach, when it's dry, it's very soft. And so we don't want either of those sands because they're no real use to us. So we use a quarried sand. So there are certain suppliers around New England that provide that right material.
Right.
And everything goes through what we call a quality assurance. It goes through a sieve system. So it's sieved so that all of the right particles are kept from that material, and all of the very, very fine particles, which is what you find on your beach, they're all discarded. It then goes through what we call a washing system. So once it's sieved, it then goes through a washing system to wash out any other fine material that might have clung through or managed to get through the sieves. And at that point then, that material, and this will be in the specification, is what we call a double wash sand. So that's the material that will go into the sand slits. That's the material that will go around the pipes also with the gravel. So we have the very best material. We then use the same material for what we call a top dressing, which is part of the maintenance program that then takes place after all of this work is carried out.
Okay, thank you. And I still got a couple more. Thank you. Okay. Like when it rains like this, like we just had these heavy rains, and then all of a sudden the irrigation turns on. So what that irrigation puts out, I think they run it for 20 minutes per cycle, per section, per area. Like at least that's what we used to know is the crew leader down there. So it's 20 minutes, all right, for each area that we did. So along with that amount of water that goes through there, along with having a rainy day or two here, how's that going to affect the fields? The kids are they even going to be able to, I'm sorry, the young athletes, are they even going to be able to get out there?
So the way it works is most irrigation systems are fitted with what we call a rain switch or a rain sensor. So if it rains and it senses, it either measures the amount of rainfall or it's a sensor where the rain drops onto the sensor. When that happens, the system should automatically be shut off. So you should get no irrigation at that point because it's raining. If it's not raining, then obviously the irrigation would work pretty much naturally as it's supposed to and as it's timed. What I would like to do with the team is do what we call a quick irrigation audit so that we can work out exactly how much water is being put on. Most irrigation systems put 30 to 40 gallons per minute of water per head. So we want to make sure that either that is happening or it's not happening, and then we can adjust the run times for the irrigation. Interestingly, when this work is hopefully completed and carried out, the irrigation will then be much more efficient because then the moisture will be getting into the soil, which is where we need it to feed the roots, not sitting at the surface and running as it's doing at the moment. So it's a win-win in that situation.
Right. So back when it rains down there, we can't even get a field groomer out there. Sinks in.
Yeah.
So your project could go a little bit longer than just a couple of months to get this equipment out there. So, I mean, let me just, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you, but I just want to say I didn't get an answer, is that may go even longer to accomplish it, because especially in the springtime, when the snow melts off that hill, we can't even get a mower on top of that hill. I mean, it's bad. So I don't know what time of the year you were expecting to do this work, so maybe you can answer that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the sooner that we can do the work, the better. So, but we'd always take into account what we call the ground conditions, and we'd make sure that either it was suitable for the equipment to be able to be driven on or worked, and working on the structure. The actual equipment that's going to do the work wouldn't really be impacted by rain. It wouldn't be impacted by the ground conditions necessarily. But obviously, we don't want to cause any excessive damage, so we would make sure that we would wait until the ground conditions were suitable for the operations to take place. So we may say late spring. That could be the middle to the end of May before the ground conditions would allow. In fact, I would almost hazard a guess that that's when it would be, because those fields, if they've gone through a rough winter with a lot of rain and snow melt, they're probably going to be excessively wet until probably the end of the spring season, unfortunately. Unless we get a great winter again.
Right. And my last comment is, through the mayor to the town manager, is when these gentlemen meet with the sports presidents and stuff like that, the clubs, we have a facilities committee that Councilor Sakala and the chair here, Jim, and myself are on, along with the other Board of Education members. I would like to be part of that meetings with them. I don't know how you feel, Gina, but Councilor Sakala or Jim, but I think we should be involved because facilities is under our aspects, we'll say. So that's the last statement I have to make. Thank you. And thank you very much for your time, guys.
I
Appreciate
think
it.
that's a good recommendation, so we don't have to repeat it. You'll hear it firsthand and share it with the council.
Thank you, Doug. Councilman Ludwig.
I'll be quick. Curious, am I thinking about it right with the sand? So if you go to a certain golf course that has some of that, and a divot between that golf course and a golf course that doesn't, your ball travels a lot different. Is it what I'm thinking about? If similar to what you're saying on how the sand, not that it's going to be exactly that way, but I know it's saying your timing. You go to a good golf course that you have that sand underneath, and you get a divot, your ball still travels. You go to another one, you hit real grass or real dirt, and it doesn't go anywhere. Just curious if I'm thinking about it the right way.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, sort of. Right. Yeah, I mean, I've not really studied that too much, even when I was a golf superintendent. But yes, I mean, in bunkers, for instance,
right,
we want the finer sand.
Right.
We want the sand because we want some drainage, but we want some stability to be able to hit the shot with.
Right.
In fairways, we want the sand that's going into
that's
these
exactly
slits.
Right, yeah.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Perfect. Yep. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. Apologies.
Appreciate it.
Councilman, Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Thank you. So I'm hoping my questions don't sound stupid, but I'm not a landscape artist. So I'm looking at this and it's like, wow, this is too good to be true. Because everybody knows I'm an advocate to have our athletes play at the high school. I've always been that. So looking at this, you're going to relocate the water. If I'm understanding correctly, that's what you're doing. You're relocating the water so that it goes into all these piping, which I find fascinating. So I'm a numbers person. So $300,000, and we'll have 4 fields. Okay. And after that, we can put fencing on them. That will not harm if they decide we need these fencing on however the fields are going to be determined. And so they could be a baseball field or a field hockey field or a soccer field. And that's going to be part of what you're going to let us know when you do your study to tell us this is what you're short, this is what you should have. Okay. So again, I just want to talk like the residents. I mean, I'm a resident. I'm trying to learn just like everybody else sitting out there. So looking at this, I honestly can't see anything wrong with it. It gets 4 playable fields, and it gets our athletes playing at their school. As far as maintenance, I'm assuming it's going to be like anything else. We're going to have to maintain it. Now, you're saying sand. Does that sand have to be replenished over the years?
So Forgive me, I just thought we'd put this slide up. So this is. I know we don't really want to get too deep
No, that's okay, but
into the maintenance. So you'll see here that we break it down into different operations. This is what would happen to each field. The numbers relate to what we call the frequency, so how often they would happen, those operations would happen. So you can see there top dressing. If you look along that line, there's one in April, one in May, one in September. So the top dressing is the sand that we would literally, we don't just throw it on, it's correctly applied. But if you think about a shovel, bit of sand, and you throw it on the grass, it's the same principle. So that would be the replenishment. And what happens to that sand, which is really important for us, is not only does it sit on top of the actual slits that we've put in the ground, but it also sits either side of the slits. And when the athletes come along and their cleats, they actually work that sand into the structure for us. So that creates even more what we call porosity for the surface. So it's a very important part of that maintenance program. It's not inexpensive, unfortunately, but it's very, very beneficial to the longevity of the fields.
So you'd be maintaining these fields?
Not myself, but I would write the specification for John and Mark to be able then to either hire a contractor to do that or for the in-house teams to be able to do that.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question then. So our in-house, our buildings and grounds could be taught how to maintain these fields.
Absolutely.
So we don't incur an extra expense bringing in somebody else to maintain them.
Nope. Short of maybe some equipment that the in-house team may not have that would be more beneficial because it's a big site, that's no problem at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hendrickson.
Thank you again for the presentation. I just had one question. Moles can cause damage to my lawn. Is there any specific damage that the moles can cause to these slits or whatever?
Here's the way I look at it. Moles are great because they create drainage for us. The only downside is that they create a hill, unfortunately, when they come to the surface. We tend not to try and, we just try and control moles. So you can do that in a number of ways without actually harming them. But they wouldn't necessarily do any harm to either of the system. Good question. Some great questions here, by the way. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
This goes back to your original, what you were talking about before about the field feasibilities. All right. So in determining the number of fields that would be able to be used, I'm specifically talking about Enfield High School. So in part of your study, for each of the fields, if you put in the fencing, that you would be able to tell us what other fields would be available to put in there. Correct?
Yeah, I'll grab this one. And I think that's one of the most important parts about doing this demand analysis is I think we all know that a permanent fence or a removable fence, there's different options out there. Springfield High School has a beautiful removable fence and a beautiful high-end varsity baseball field. They've come a long way over the years, but to your point, exactly, those are overlaid rectangle fields in the outfields of those ball diamonds. So by doing that study, we can look at it, okay, those are overlaid without a fence, and this is the use that you get on them. Or we can look at it, if one becomes a permanent fenced outfield, you lose the additional use of that overlay rectangle. And that's the beauty of having that study. So you can move and pick and choose and say, okay, if that becomes a permanent varsity baseball field that's well drained, maybe add some bleachers, maybe you do a few other things. How does that impact the rest of the sports that have to find a place to go?
Great. Good. Thank you very much. Yeah. Perfect.
Councilman Santinella.
Just real quick, because I just want to do the numbers for the group and to make sure I'm clear with the town manager. We're adding $300,000 for the drainage. Then we know that to build the field that we're trying to build, it's going to cost $689,000 for the electric and the lighting, $541,000 for the batting cages and all the fencing and all the accoutrement. That brings the total to $1.5 million to recreate Powder Hollow at Enfield High School.
I'm not suggesting that we recreate anything anywhere.
So if
You're
you were-
conflating the two. This is a standalone.
I got it.
That's why I want the study. I'm not proposing to any of these folks here that we take money from their project. I'm not saying you should take money from Higgins. I'm giving you an option to put 4 fields on. So I don't appreciate the commingling. Perhaps it's innocent, but I'm not saying add. I'm not telling you to do this. So we're not adding anything. You have Powder Hollow later to address, and you'll have to make the hard decisions and justify it. This is a way to do a study of all of our fields and needs and get a recommendation for the future, and then to say for $300,000, you can add 4 fields back. You can use them, Counselor, for anything you like. I think Bob's question was very informative. Yours, I think, is confusing, and I think it was meant to be so, with all due respect.
Well, Chris, with all due respect, I can ask whatever questions I want.
And I can
drive
answer
home the
your
point.
questions.
And I didn't ask you a question.
You did. You said, isn't this a total of $1.5 million?
Point of order. Let's get back on.
Holy cow.
We got a lot of people that want to talk tonight. Are you all set, John?
I guess so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to follow up with, I have spoke with the superintendent of schools and also the chairman of the Board of Education, past and present. And all 3 of them support the high school playing at the high school. They were very upset, and I might have misunderstood it. I thought the entire council was aware of the Field of Dreams. And now I'm hearing it might have just been leadership at that time. So I did respond to a few emails about that, and I apologize knowing now that it was just leadership. But the superintendent brought up some great points. You know, parking at Powder Hollow when you have a large game, varsity game, is going to be a serious issue. The high school already has a track. They have a full indoor gym if it's rained out, and they also have a workout facility there, and it eliminates the need for busing. And he said, most of all, having the high school play at the high school is the school spirit. The kids can walk down the hill and watch the game. So they do support this. I have asked them if they were willing to contribute to the project. And again, that's the $1 million question. What are you asking for? So I think we would really need to do the study of the fields to see, can we put a fence up there? If we can't, are these just practice fields and stuff like that? So without this study, I don't think we can give them an answer of what we need done. I had said a fence. I'm really not a big sports person. I've dealt with soccer, I've dealt with football, all of them, so everybody wants fields, so I'm not making the call. That's on you guys. That's where I stand on it right now, but I believe, 5 fields is better than 1. So that's all I have. Anybody else? I want to thank you for coming, and we'll talk later about both projects, and Chris will get back to you, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
I appreciate you guys coming very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we get this presentation on the town manager website?
Certainly, that was our practice before. I think that'd be helpful. His question was, can we put this on the town manager website, and we will do so.
Beautiful. Okay, moving on. We are going to public communications. So at this point, any person who wishes to address the council shall first be recognized by the chair and shall state their name and address for the record. They shall limit their remarks to 5 minutes. After each person who desires has had the chance to speak, those desiring to speak a second time will be permitted to do so and shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. During public communications, item 7 on the agenda, public members shall limit their remarks to 2 rounds of 8 minutes. During public communication, items 14 on the agenda, if prior to 11 p.m., each person shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Public communication shall be limited to 1 hour unless extended by a majority vote of the council. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any individual member. All remarks addressed to the administration of the town shall be addressed to the town manager and not the individual employees. Public members shall observe proper decorum and good conduct and shall refrain from personalities and improper language. Okay, first, Bob, come on up. Come on up. Ray. Yep.
Thanks, Ken. I've been called many things, but never Bob.
Sorry.
All right. First off, I thank each and every one of you for the time you put in, the effort.
Your name?
Oh, whoops, sorry. I thought y'all knew me. Ray Peabody, 370 Washington Road, our Fairtown, Benfield. Okay, again, first of all, thank you for what you do. And I know we don't always agree, and that's okay. And I don't come up here as an ERTC member or a Democratic Town Committee member. I'm not a member of either committee, so I treat all of you equally. So I'm not afraid to criticize or praise. All right, first of all, Chris, you took away a whole bunch of my questions. The one thing I will say I'm a little concerned with is spending over $1 million without doing a master plan for our fields. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, maybe I missed it. But I think that's very important. I also think, and I think it was Doug said, it should come under the preview of the Facilities Committee. Fields are facilities. So I just kind of think that that might be a good way to foster communications, get good feedback, and it would help expedite the process. But before we start, I think we need to ask one question. What's the goal? Is the goal to create a fantastic Little League or non-varsity field at Powder Hollow, or is the goal to create and take care of the drainage problem that has prevented our varsity teams from playing at Enfield High? I think that's a pretty important distinction to make. As far as the BOE budget contributing to this work, I think the BOE has their hands full right now with the Alliance District issues, and their budget dollars should focus on that piece, especially because in 2005, I think it was, the council took over all facility maintenance. So if that's relevant, fine. Some of the other notes I made. Again, thank you, Chris, for what you said, because we should take care of our baseball teams, our softball teams, our soccer teams. Doug, we talked many times about soccer, even our basketball courts and other things that need to be taken care of. Bringing the stakeholders in is an outstanding idea. I do that for a living. I always bring all my stakeholders in when I have significant stuff to do. And $1 million budget or $300,000 budget is rather significant, I think. Last thing I want to say is it's not bad to take a pause and reflect on what we're spending our money on, making sure we have the right value for our athletes, making sure that, in my mind, they should be playing varsity sports at the high school for a number of reasons. And a $300,000 investment in drainage, I think, is very appropriate, but other people can have different opinions. I would like to see everybody just look at facts and get rid of our emotions. Try to deal with on a factual base. What are we getting out of this? How are we doing it? Powder Hollow's I've been down there. I think it's great to play baseball there. If I was a kid, I would love to. So maybe we do need to do some work down there. But again, ask yourself how many fields we have, where can varsity play, where can the girls play softball. I don't know how many softball fields we have. I don't know if we have enough. I know we don't have enough soccer fields, but that's the sport I was involved with in town. Question I do have is I looked at the spreadsheet that was on the town website, and it started off at $1.325 million. And then you added on a concession stand for $425,000. Then it was $250,000 for an alternate parking lot, and then $47,500 for elevated bleachers with handicap accessible ramp. That comes up to $2,052,500, if I did the math right. Just, I could be wrong, wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. But just, those are what I'm seeing, and I'm sure that's what other people are seeing as well. So maybe we need to make sure our information's right, making sure the money is right. I saw an article today where $1.5 million is sitting in a coffer somewhere for this project. So that's it again. There's nothing wrong with taking a pause. I've done it in multiple fiscal years after a budget's been approved in my corporate job. So nothing wrong with that. And again, I appreciate everybody's work on behalf of our town and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Sheridan.
Jack Sheridan, 7 Buchanan Road. I'm here because I heard a couple of...
Microphone.
Jack Sheridan, 7 Buchanan Road. I've heard a couple of people come up here and wonder how we go from $1 amount to another and nothing goes to referendum. And as some of you know, I was on the referendum revision committee the last time in 2014. You know that. And it clearly says, and I'm going to read what it says, the referendum capital expenditures. The town council may, by a vote of 6 or more, adopt a resolution appropriating money for capital improvements. Any such improvement that exceeds in any fiscal year, 0.2% of the grand list shall not be effective until submitted to an approved referendum. So, and this thing evolved out of the so-called sinking fund, which at the time I said was illegal, but I didn't go far enough, because by itself it's not illegal. But as it applies to our town charter, it is, because it circumvents that statement. And that same statement is if you're bonding something, you have to do the same thing, if it's a job that goes beyond the limits. And I'll add a little something. There were people from the town, worked for the town, that were lobbying us as a team revision, trying to get us to raise it to $1 million. And I said at the time, the only votes as a council form of government that the people and the taxpayers have is to vote for you people and vote for what we deem we want the taxpayers to spend their money on. Who better to decide who spends their own money on what? So the referendum, I think, is, and that's part of the problem. You're putting money aside. If you remember years ago, you weren't allowed. You weren't allowed to transfer funds from one fiscal year to the other without an approval. And then the sinking fund came along. I think I made my point. Councilperson Sakala, you were right in the kinds of money that were spent. I don't know the exact amount, but I did a little research. And a little surprise for the people that just did the presentation, maybe, is do you remember when we plowed that whole field up and put a bladder underneath there and a drainage system and put artificial turf, and it drained? It caused the worst problem for the houses behind Enfield High. They were here by the droves for flooding, okay? And so then they hooked up to the drains, and that's why they see the culverts there now. They put some culverts in. I'm becoming a historian. They put the culverts in, and little known fact, when they tried to drain it down into that street drain, You know what happened? And don't quote me on the sizes, but at the top of the street, there were 8-inch pipes, and at the bottom of the street, there were 4-inch pipes. What do you think happened? It didn't drain. It backed up. Because in the old days, and I can show you, well, I can't, Margaret Jaziniak had the pictures of the tractors from the farmer down there where it's sunk in the mud every year. And that was before all this, before they changed and drained all the water out of Enfield lot. So, and you were right as far as the kind of money that they spent at that time. The other thing that gets me on all of this is maintenance. Everybody talks about maintenance, but nobody does anything. Are they still doing the maintenance that they said they were going to do on the steam valves from the new installation? Has anybody got a record of how often they do that? Because that's how they went bad the last time.
Your 5 minutes is up, but you can come back.
Oh, man, I was going to try and rush this. All right, I'll have to come back.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Good evening. My name's Jennifer Krasinkiewicz at 209 Abbey Road. We're here again to continue our efforts to stop the solar project that's slated on 141 Town Farm Road. I had a great conversation the other day with our state representative, Carol Hall, and she mentioned she'll be submitting a bill for the third time in order for us to return control back to our local government regarding the solar farms. And this would afford the municipalities control of the subject. So she has a bill that's going to be put in for the third time. In addition, she's also working on a bill on behalf of East Windsor and Enfield outlining a radius between the two towns of which no solar farms should exist in that radius. And that would include 141 Town Farm Road. She's contacted the solar company on our behalf, and in addition, I understand that as of today, there has been no petition filed with the Connecticut Siting Council seeking approval for this location. There are many neighbors that are concerned regarding this, which would like to come to another meeting. I also want to ask if a soil sample has been taken yet from one of the existing locations in town, and if so, what are the results? And then lastly, we plan to do all we can and look forward to the opportunity of a public hearing on this matter. And my understanding is solar was intended for industrial zoned areas, not residential or farmland. And the location, again, is just feet away from residential properties. And in addition, there happens to be red-tailed hawks that live in that area. And my understanding is that they are a protected species. So that's something else we need to take into consideration. It's your turn.
Hi, I'm John Cox, 215 Abbey Road, which is also known as 0 Town Farm Road, just in case you guys were wondering. So I was wondering if at any point this petition does come through, will an environmental impact statement be made public so that we as residents can be aware of whatever potential fallout from any large construction projects could happen? The plot at 141 Town Farm is roughly 10 acres. So if they're going to be doing a large scale project, I would like to know what's going into the groundwater in that area, not only because there are other farms in that are around that lot, but my family and our home is on a well. So any potential exposure or leaks from either machinery or any part of the processes that could be part of the foundation from concrete leaching when the concrete goes wet into the ground, will that be contained in any way? In addition, if it's a solar farm going up, it'll have a battery bank of some type. I would like to know if they plan on publishing what kind of batteries are going to be on site, what amount, as well as any containment procedures around that as well. further along the concrete, I want to know if they're going to be doing a concrete washout, which is an OSHA requirement and an EPA requirement, to make sure that whenever concrete trucks dispense concrete out their chutes, they wash it out to prevent any hardening on the chute so they can keep using the trucks repeatedly. If they discharge that into the ground, it is going to greatly affect the well water quality that I have. And I would be very concerned about either having to continually retest the water that is serviced to my house or potentially go on to town water, which is either could be incredibly cost prohibitive to the home. Thank you.
Is anyone aware here if there actually has been a petition put forward with this citing?
I'm not aware of any being submitted.
Okay.
He's going to address it in his report.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Josh?
Good evening. Joshua Hamry, 52 New King Street. I want to just comment that we've just witnessed the town manager lash out at a town councilor in the way that I witnessed the same town manager lash out at a teacher that appeared at a community conversation about 10 years ago, where the teacher showed up to express concerns about air quality in the schools. That teacher was right and was belittled in that meeting. I remember that very clearly, and it's good to see that that hasn't changed. To the issues of the presentation that we viewed this evening, I want to take a moment to share with you some information that is available online through another study that Mr. Lacey, is it Mr. Ian Lacey? Yes, Mr. Lacey's got online regarding sand sledding. And this presentation that I'm looking at is 56 slides long, so you got the short version tonight. This particular version has one slide that says regarding sand sledding that advantages are effective, very effective in all soils, can last 10 years, and there's a wide window of installation. So those are positive things, right? The disadvantages are that they're expensive to install and maintain, can last only one season if not maintained correctly, sinkage due to shrinkage of soils, arisings up to 140 tons per pitch, and this is a British study, if I understand correctly, so the numbers might be slightly skewed. Sand depth is critical. It's a three-man operation. It's not ready for play until grass covers over completely, and that it requires existing or new main drainage infrastructure. So with that said, I want to highlight that Board of Ed does not have any ability to fund any of this. So to have the town manager make statements that the Board of Ed has been in discussion, it's not a responsibility of the Board of Ed to pay anything on the town council side. It's a building and grounds thing. And that comment's been made earlier, so I'm glad that I'm not wrong on that. That being said, there's a staffing shortage across the town, across every industry, all over the place. I don't think I'm out of place to say that there's a shortage of employees on the building and grounds side. So the idea that we would have a project done that requires maintenance of a regular basis every year, to the extent that that field would need, I would ask that that be considered in terms of the incredible amount that this is going to cost, well above $300,000, more to the tune of $1.something million, as we heard briefly earlier. So I appreciate your time this evening, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. Good evening.
I'm Matthew Stahl. This is my daughter.
Matthew, put your the light on.
Can you hear me?
Put the light, the button.
Okay. My name is Matthew Stahl. This is my daughter, Claire. We live at 5 Terrace Circle, obviously in Enfield. So I just wanted to read a prepared statement tonight, kind of in regards to some of the decisions that you guys have to make in regards to the Powder Hollow project and some kind of alternate thoughts that I had. And then Claire also wrote her own statement, so she wanted to read one after me. So, good evening. I wanted to address a few things in regards to the proposed Powder Hollow baseball renovations. My first point is that we all know budget is in fact limited. So the discussion of a sport or project's merits versus another is a true and valid discussion, and not necessarily one sport picking on another sport or, vice versa. My second point is that as council members, you are tasked with, the spending of these limited funds, and as such, you are in a difficult place because everybody wants and nobody necessarily wants to wait. What I would like to ask you guys to consider moving forward is same as the email that I sent for the most part, is what makes the biggest amount of difference to the largest number of people. I understand that the baseball field is underwater at Enfield High School, and that makes it hard to get games in. I understand that it would be great to have a resodded field in Powder Hollow and new $300,000 lights and new irrigation and a new concession stand and new dugouts and new fencing. But as I've said before, obviously funding is limited, so I kind of ask you guys, is this the best project to impact the most amount of people? I know it's nice, that I know how nice it would look, the fields of Powder Hollow with that $1.5 million spend. But, again, I think that potentially, and your choice kind of to make at the end of the night to decide if, you're going to do kind of the base updates or if you guys are going to do all the extra stuff that comes with it. My ask to you guys is, were other projects discussed? Were they priced out? Were they considered? We have heard from, and we'll probably hear more from people who are uniquely passionate about, sports one way or another. I'll be honest, if my son played baseball and my daughter played softball, I'd be a lot more invested in, putting money into state-of-the-art fields for baseball and softball in Enfield. That being said, my kids don't play baseball or softball. They play soccer. I coach soccer. I'm a director on the board that governs the soccer organization in Enfield. From my point of view, what I see here is another baseball project. More money being devoted to a sport that already has brand new fields at JFK and, a Brainerd Park renovation for a softball field. And, an organization that has access to multiple lighted fields. And I frankly, again, from my take is I see a sport that can probably afford to wait a little bit longer before adding additional resources. What I see from my point of view is a soccer complex at Shaker Field with, as many water issues as the Enfield High School baseball field. I see a complex that doesn't have lights or dugouts or irrigation that works properly. And maybe, again, they fixed the rain gauge that, they were talking about before. But there's nothing worse than watching, the rain that we had today, and then the sprinklers are going off on a field that's already wet. I see a complex that, when I was a kid growing up in the relative area was honestly the coolest place to go and play soccer. I grew up in Simsbury. We talked about it all the time, getting to play on the Lego fields. And now I see a complex where, we have teams come in and they ask us, do you have alternate fields somewhere else that we can drive to? Because we really don't want to play on these fields. And I know a couple people later will have pictures of these fields, and it's rough. I can't tell you the feeling I get, walking onto a field pregame and watching the other coach walk up and tell me exactly that, because they're concerned about someone's ankle getting broken in an inch-deep mud hole. I hate having parents of the recreation department that I run that has over 400 kids a season register, ask why we can't kick a ball off in the middle of the field, at the center mark, because it is mud as far as this table goes and the other way, and it's 3 inches deep, and we can't actually conduct the pass off of the kickoff because it gets stuck in the mud.
Matthew, I'm sorry. Your 5 minutes are up.
Perfectly fine.
But she has time.
Absolutely. So again, my point is that you guys have tough decisions to make, and if you end up reappropriating funds, I'd love you to consider potentially spending them in other places. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Claire.
Just slide the microphone.
Claire. I live in Hive Chair Circle in Enfield, Connecticut. If you don't spend all your money on baseball, you could fix the soccer fields in Enfield. You should fix the soccer fields because the fields are so muddy. It isn't fun to play in the mud. You should fix the soccer fields because it risks injuries. The town of Enfield does not want any of its players injured. You should fix the fields because it's hard to pass to your teammates. If you can't pass to your teammates, it's hard to win the game. These are all reasons why you should fix the soccer fields in Enfield.
Thank you,
job.
Claire.
We appreciate the time. Thank you
Good
very
job,
much.
Claire.
Thank you.
Go, Claire.
Okay.
No. You're on deck.
My name's Dave Falk. I live at 4 Coolidge Drive, Enfield. Honestly, I came here tonight just to listen. I didn't really plan on speaking, but after hearing everything, I think it needed to be said that for the I have 2 sons. I have a son now who's 12 and plays baseball, and or 11. But I have a son, also 2 sons that have graduated recently. So I've gone through the system. I've seen the fields and the condition they're in, and they are an embarrassment to the town. I work for the town of Suffield. I do their fields, and I understand the Enfield guys do a great job with what they have, and they do a great job. I'm not complaining about that at all. I'm complaining about the drainage problems with the water. The outfielders don't have fences. We're one of the only schools around that don't. The dugouts, there aren't even dugouts. They start the spring games. Some days they're playing it's 38, 39, 40 degrees with a mist, and they don't even have dugouts to cover them if you play at Enfield High. The right field foul line, excuse me, is so close to not being on our property that foul balls will go over the fence and they're lost forever. The backstops aren't big enough to keep for safety for the parents, the families that are there, the visiting teams. The right field line at the Enfield High is so small that the opposing teams' families can't fit there to sit. The field would need to be moved, I think, in order to make it safe. But also putting up a fence, which is the big thing that we're looking for, isn't possible if you put up the fences for the baseball field and the softball field because there's not going to be room for anything else in between. They make it sound like, oh yeah, it's doable. We'll pull them down. But it's not feasible. The outfield, they've painted it before with just a paint line, and the softball field line for the fence overlapped the baseball field line, so there wasn't enough room for both to be at the depth that you need them to be at. And like I said, baseball has not had any really big maintenance to it for over 20 plus years. You put 2 turf fields in, which helped soccer, helped lacrosse, helped football, helped a lot of the other sports. Track, they got a brand new track, and you did it twice. Enfield High and Fermi both have the same project. Nothing has been done for baseball. It's on the same old field it's been on since probably when I was in high school. And it's just severely outdated and needs to be upgraded. I know they talked about the Lego soccer fields, and how it's mud in the middle. It's mud in the middle. I work for Park and Rec. It's mud in the middle because we keep the fields open too much and in rain. If it's because they're playing in rain and they're making their own mud. If the fields are closed when it's rained, the fields would probably last a lot longer. But that's stuff that's fixable. You throw a seed down, you get more grass. I understand that you've said that Potter Hollow doesn't have enough parking, but if baseball is there by itself, it needs less parking. My sons both went to Enfield High. We had issues parking at Enfield High to watch them play because track and field has games, lacrosse has games. Other sports are playing simultaneously. So parking is an issue. If you're at Potter Hollow, it's just one team. And if you take away the little used little field there, then you can add more parking in that area and make it easily acceptable for everybody. And as far as you said about the play, you want to keep it up high so that the other kids can come down and watch the game. I've been to many baseball games. My sons both went there. Realistically, other kids aren't coming down after the field to watch the baseball teams play. The parents are there, and really that's about it. And anyone who does want to go watch it, it's usually older kids, and they can get over to the Powder Hollow on their own. My sons went to Enfield High, and we used Enfield High fields for my older son's, for his last year, my younger son's first 3 years. And it was a nightmare, the kids walking up and down the hill. My son was a catcher, had a big bag. They used to use the golf cart to bring him up the hill. Powder Hollow, it's there by itself. It's secluded. It's nice for them to play. It's just a nicer facility. And both the facilities, Enfield High doesn't have a batting cage. There's no dugouts at all for the kids to be inside. So if you have the batting cages at Powder Hollow, which just need probably new netting to be hung up, then the teams get down there early. They can take batting practice and they be ready to play. And right now, it's just really falling behind compared to the other fields in this town. I understand like the big stadium seating might not be necessary all at one time, or maybe you can go with a quicker.
Time's up, Dave.
All right, but that's about all I had anyways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this on? Yeah. My name is Bud Coles, 26 Fletcher Road. I was the baseball coach for 30 years in the town of Enfield, both at the high school and at the middle school. And I can tell you that the field at the high school is a shame. I appreciate the study that's being done, but these kids have been robbed since 1972 when I started coaching baseball there. It's a great plan they've got, but I'm not sure how soon that can happen. I'm in favor of other sports. My grandkids play soccer, and I see the need for that. But the kids in this town, politics should not be involved. The kids in this town need a state-of-the-art baseball place to play. I don't care whether it's Fermi, that you could use that field. You could use Powder Hollow. Fermi's got a great field if you do some stuff there. But to use Enfield High School, you aren't going to be able to do that for at least 2 or 3 years. Realistically, I don't care what they say. It's going to take that long to get that field ready. And I don't think the placement of the fields is necessarily the right way to utilize the fields. So that's about all I had to say, but I think I have the experience of having done this for 30 years, and I think you need to do something for these kids other than saying, oh, we can't. You even need to do something with Kennedy, because what they did with putting that field house in the center of those fields ruined the whole place. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Pam Townsend, 54 Kimberly Drive. I'm not here to talk about fields. I'm here to talk about Wreaths Across America. This has been an amazing week for Wreaths Across America here in Enfield. Thanks to the Walmart trucking team that request to come back here because of you, Enfield. They were here on Wednesday. They passed all our schools, and then we placed a military service wreath at the town green. Every one of the drivers that were in those trucks are veterans. They send pictures and communicate their experiences with Lori Gates as they travel down to Arlington National Cemetery. For them, it truly is a personal experience. On Thursday, Enfield's wreaths were delivered for St. Patrick's Cemetery, and thanks to Fire Station 1 for storing them and then delivering them Saturday morning very early. DAR's wreaths were delivered to a different location. Our mission to remember, honor, and teach was completed, kind of, on Saturday. In total, 2,189 wreaths were placed at several cemeteries in Enfield. We have about 5,000 veterans laid to rest here. That's why I say sort of. Our mission will be completed when every veteran is honored with a wreath. Having said that, 100% of our veterans laid to rest in St. Patrick's Cemetery, Holy Cross, Enfield Street, King Street, and Old Hazardville Cemetery received a wreath. Additional wreaths were placed at St. Adalbert's, Old North Thompsonville, and St. Bernard's cemeteries, and at the 9/11 Memorial. Thanks to our community, we continue to grow. I have several people to thank. Thank you to Rich Tagway for taking your amazing photos, which everyone can view at our Facebook page, Enfield, Connecticut Reach Across America. There are several other photos posted that were taken throughout the week as well. When you view them, you will understand why I say Enfield is an amazing, patriotic community. Thank you to the town of Enfield, our first responders, every veteran organization and their auxiliary, Jennifer Jarvis and Erin Maloney for sharing their gift in singing our national anthem and God Bless America. The Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts, Enfield High, our kid mayor, Lucian Lefebvre and the team from Home Depot that handled traffic control, all our volunteers, and Gary Raffia for removing all the empty wreath boxes. And finally, everyone that sponsored a wreath, thank you. I hope I did not miss anyone. There's just so many people who are involved. But we simply cannot do our mission without you, so please continue to be involved. Last year, I asked for your assistance in cleaning around the graves. It's difficult to honor our veterans if we can't find his or her grave because it's covered over with grass. There was a noticeable improvement from last year, but again, we need your help. While cleaning one grave, maybe clean a few more. If it's done about 3 weeks prior to Memorial Day and Veterans Day, our scouts will place an American flag at that grave, which helps us when placing American flags at the grave, which helps us when putting out the utility flags that identifies a veteran for a wreath. Often a family will put a flag at their loved one's grave, but they are not a veteran, and that's why we put out a utility flag. So as we look forward to 2024, this is something that we all can do. Also, there is a wreath match promotion until January 16, 2024. So please, if you plan to sponsor a wreath, now is the time to do it. All the fundraising groups are on the Facebook page, and there is a display at the Central Library with information too. Before you know it, 2024 National Wreaths Across America Day will be here, which is on December 14th, 2024. I thank you for your time, and I appreciate everybody's help in Wreaths Across America.
Thank you, Pam. Jeff. We'll start with Jeff. You'll be next, Jeff. You're on deck.
Go ahead. Matt has some pictures to hand out, so if you don't mind taking a look at them. Only 3 pages. All right, while he's handing them out, I'll get started. Jeff Rousseau, 12 Bellawood Drive. I think it's great the town has chosen to start investing in our athletic facilities. Compared to other towns in the region, we've definitely have fallen behind. I have no issues with the improvements that have been made recently to athletic facilities for various sports programs in town. And additionally, if there are improvements that can be made for Powder Hollow, I'm all for it. Let's do it. I saw the presentation about the high school. Knowing a little bit of baseball, I played some baseball in my time. I had to lug out a lot of home runs. It's always nice to have a fence. I'm not sure how you square that at the high school, though. As much as it's great to have the high school teams playing at the high school, if you put fences up for softball and baseball, what do you do with the other sports during the other seasons? Field hockey, lacrosse, soccer? On the soccer side, between boys and girls, you have 6 teams. Where do all the freshmen and JV play? So if baseball plays at the high school and has fences, now you're going to be moving the soccer teams over somewhere else, and you're going to have busing issues. And you didn't really solve a problem. You maybe solve one problem for baseball, but you don't solve it for everyone else. These enhancements, although sometimes costly, improve the quality of life of our citizens. I serve as the president of the Enfield Soccer Association, where their board of directors, ESC, facilitates a soccer program for about 1,000 children that sign up for our teams in 2023. These families are our members, and they are your constituents. We haven't seen 1,000 children playing soccer in town in a very, very long time. Soccer is back. Our programs continue to grow despite our everyday challenges with fields in town. The last couple seasons, we sent out end-of-season surveys to all our members. Of primary concern to our members is the poor quality of the town's soccer fields. Many families don't believe they are safe enough for our children. And this isn't a knock against the town or buildings and grounds. They do the best job that they possibly can with the hand that they're dealt. It's more of an infrastructure problem, and it's much larger than what they can handle. Our main hub is Shaker Field Complex, where we have 7 soccer fields. Unfortunately, Shaker has significant water drainage issues, just like Enfield High School. You can take a look at the pictures. This past fall, it was a complete swamp. We were only able to use Shaker for about half of the fall season. How can we run a legitimate soccer program for the town when we are often down 7 soccer fields? We just had a significant rain event yesterday and today. Most athletic fields normally bounce back within a couple of days from this storm. If this were in season, I would have to close down Shaker for 7 to 10 days just to recover, and that's with no rain in between. 7 fields that can't be used. Imagine telling basketball that they can't use 7 basketball courts for the next 7 to 10 days. What does that do to a program? We often have to run practices where we cone off sections of the field to warn players of the water hazards. I have to hand out extra cones to the coaches for this purpose. It's almost like we create construction zones on the field to avoid. Almost impossible to run a soccer program and try to compete with other soccer town organizations. We are putting our own children in town at a disadvantage. It would really help if we could use the Enfield High School turf field this coming spring. Obviously, scheduling around high school sports. In the spring, on the weekends, the high school turf field is barely used. But we can't use that $1.5 million field because the last town council voted to only allow access to the high school teams. Members of the council, I think we need to revisit that decision. Let's put it on the agenda. And on a different note, what happened with the JFK Middle School fields? Has anyone been held accountable or responsible for that? I haven't heard an explanation. This fall, I watched my youngest daughter play for the JFK Middle School girls soccer team on a miniature field with not much grass. Probably the smallest soccer field I've ever seen for an 11v11 format. Players packed in like sardines. With so much congestion, it created contact between players constantly. No space to actually play the game the way it's supposed to be played. That's not safe, and it's not how we train to play. Would we ever put a football team on an 80-yard field or have kids move from a 90-foot baseball diamond to a 60-foot diamond? No, of course not. Because it's unsafe, you are changing the way the game is played. The soccer field at JFK is an embarrassment to the town. And I know the JFK boys soccer coach is behind me here. I'm sure he'll agree with some of the information I'm giving here regarding JFK. I'm sick of apologizing to opposing teams, referees, and our own members about the poor quality of our soccer fields. In the 15 years I've resided in this town, soccer has gotten pretty much nothing. I understand this isn't the fault of the current town council, but I'm hoping somewhere down the line we can keep soccer in mind. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but somewhere down the line. There needs to be some equity.
Jeff.
We don't need pristine, just finishing up. We don't need pristine grass soccer fields in town. We just need fields that are playable and safe. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Thank you and happy holidays. Sorry, I apologize.
It's okay, Jeff again. Jeffrey Foss, 16 Crescent Beach Drive, Enfield. Also, so we have some handouts here, but I also want to speak about, again, I'm going to bring up parking. So I'd like to talk again about parking in Thompsonville as it relates to the Union Square project. Again, I'm not against the new apartments going in. I own Marvin Gardens on the game of Boardwalk, and they're putting in Park Place, basically. These are 2 different price points, and they're not a competition for me at all. Something that has not been brought up yet and is completely overlooked is the existing public parking lot, which is on Pleasant Street and was behind the town pool. This has been given to the Impact Residential's project. This creates another shortage of 23 parking spots. Yes, I went over there and counted them today. I completely overlooked this too at this point, but The fact is, they're going to be taking over these parking spots for their development, and it creates a whole nother problem for people who have to park off the streets when it snows, the people that live on that street. People are currently using this public parking lot during the winter storms and will no longer have a place to park to get off the roads. Everyone on the street has been using it for more than 20 years that I'm aware of, but it could be as high as 100 years because I think it's been there a lot longer. And now what? Why is the town just giving up our public parking for this private project, creating a huge parking problem in the streets? Not 41 spots that they are looking for. Now we need 64 spots on the streets because we're eliminating 23 more. Where will everyone who has been using this lot in the winter park? Was this overlooked? The plan shows 76 parking spaces on their development plans. However, 23 of these spaces are these public spaces from the town's current parking lot. How is this being allowed? Does this make sense to you? How do we prevent this? They are taking our current public parking area and making it into a private parking lot. This creates a whole new problem. 23 more parking spaces now will be needed on the streets. Not 41 as they claim, but 64. This without even taking into consideration the parking that they will also need for their community center. So I've got this handout that I asked my wife to give you. Basically, if you look on the left, this is what they claim for parking is sufficient, but I'm going to explain to you how it's not. So they need 111 plus 6 office spaces, and then they're claiming they have 76 spots provided by them, which means there's a deficit of 41 on the streets. And the way they're supplying those 41 spots on the streets is they're using the municipal parking lot, which is across from Corona's. That has... what? Oh, sorry, 55 spots, and you divide that by 2, that comes out with 27 spots. And then also they're taking 48 spots from the street. You divide that by 2, that comes to 24 spots because they're only allowed to use 50%. The total, they say, is 51. But the reality is the municipal parking lot has 12 spots that are already given away to the 6 family, which is at the back of the parking lot. That only leaves 43 spots in the municipal parking lot across from Corona's. And if you divide that by 2, you end up with 21. And then on the street, what they're not factoring in is they're taking away 23 spots by taking up our town parking area. They're taking it and making it private. So those people that were parking there, 23 spots, would have to go onto the street. So they need a lot more on the street. So if you subtract out the 48 spots that they thought they needed, and you subtract out 23, it ends up being 25. So if you add up the 2, you only actually have parking, there's only 33 actual parking spots. So they're saying, not that the 51 parking spots they claim, it's not even the 41 that they need to qualify. It's actually 33 when you do the math. They don't have enough parking. Thank you very much. I think Angela wants to speak. Go ahead.
Oh, goodness. Angela Foss, 16 Crescent Beach Drive. Thank you so much for all that you do. We really do appreciate you. Really, really, we do. I just want to take a moment to clarify Mr. Wood's comments at the last planning and zoning meeting. I think it was kind of abrupt the way they ended that, and they wouldn't even let us make a comment. No?
You're at the end of 5, so you came up together.
I've got a stack of people behind
No problem.
Jeff.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you
And,
so
I mean,
much.
it's 1 hour is what, unless we agree.
thank
So,
you.
George.
Good evening, George Young, 8 Holly Lane. Thank Mr. Belinda for letting us know there will be a shredding day next April, which today it almost seemed like it was April. I had previously requested us to see a copy of the 2015 Water Pollution Control Facilities Plan, which the town clerk's office was unable to locate, and I believe at the last town meeting, the town manager was going to pursue it. The search can be suspended as I have located the plan. which was strangely enough hidden in plain sight before everyone's eyes. It is 1,297 pages, dated August 2016. I will gladly share that information on the town's website. Naturally, in early 2017, they did a value engineering study to again get the best bang for the dollar. Of course, we still went over budget for the WPC plant. I would suggest that the current council at least take a look at this Woodward and Curran document. It was the final version before the $36 million referendum was approved in 2018. There were numerous meetings subsequent to August 2016 with many additional changes, and in January of 2018, there was even a suggestion that there may be a need for another referendum, which no one has mentioned. The town voters should know that the council is also the Water Pollution Control Authority and has the same 11 members. It is like a football team, with the quarterback being the mayor and the center being the deputy mayor and 9 other players. The success of the play depends on everyone doing their job to make the play work. Our WPCA and council seems at times to be politically dysfunctional, and the outcome doesn't meet the expectations that were laid out in the plan. I believe it's time to look at reducing the WPCA membership to 5 members. Each party would have 2 members, and the WPC superintendent would be the 5th member. It would also be a requirement that at least 2 districts be represented on the board, and if one party wins all 4 districts, then the additional 2 members would come from the councilors at large. It is time to make a functional authority, and the town council would still have a great deal of power as they still approve the budget. I'm glad that Mr. Ludwig and the mayor are using some of their comments to remind everyone what terrible shape our 16 pump stations are in and how bad it would be that a flush toilet from a homeowner or business does not make it to the WPC plant one day. It seems that we are planning to use the $3.5 million of ARPA money to mitigate the damages of underfunding for the pump stations. I hope these funds get used timely before they have to be returned. The council needs to solve our below-ground problems before they worry about some of our above-ground issues that they seem to be more concerned with. Let's turn to the last council meeting and comments made during and afterwards regarding the Powder Hollow baseball field. Once again, there was the value engineering study performed to get the best, lowest price without sacrificing quality. Mostly every single project has an overrun of costs for unanticipated change orders, etc. Each party blames the other, and now we hear there's a move underfoot, and the Republicans are on a revenge tour. These comments were on Facebook subsequent to the last meeting from 2 of the Democratic council members, and they said basically the same thing, which was probably written by one person and plagiarized by the other, since they both used the same phrase, PICO council. Not sure why the Democrats would think of themselves as a tea leaf council, but that is their prerogative. Maybe there is another meeting so they don't have to explain it. I personally feel that every high school baseball team needs a field to play on. If the grounds at the present high school are unsatisfactory to put the field there, then the next best thing seems to be Powder Hollow. I've been there. It's in terrible shape, and something needs to be done. The establishment of a good field and a regulation distance fence would be appropriate. If it has to be pushed back 25 feet or 30 feet, it should be done. There isn't much room remaining in left field without going up the hill or infringing on the softball field behind it. It would be appropriate to install lights there since we already own them and the softball field behind right field has them. Maybe someone could confirm that the lights are working. This is not a need for taxpayers to support better dugouts. There is not a need to support better dugouts, concession stands, or permanent bathrooms at this time. Let's avoid the potential vandalism ahead of time. Sandy cans or whatever are suitable if planning and zoning allows it on a temporary basis, which baseball is during spring and summer. I'll have a few suggestions when I return. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Sir.
Mark Sakala, 2 Grandview Drive, and I'm also the president of Enfield Little League. I'll be honest, I did not write a speech, in part because I was curious to see a lot of the feedback and the presentations that happened this evening. I would like to say that a lot of what I've heard tonight, I actually agree with, and do have, if anyone has questions on some of the fields, real quick. The lights at the baseball field, Little League fields do work. The T-ball field that is right behind that fence, I've already had and have previous discussions, unfortunately not with you, but the previous, is we have already agreed that we have no issue removing that field to add parking. And that is why that we built 3 additional fields at ACC on top of the 50-70 field. So in prep that we would lose that field. Speaking of the high school, and this is what it's about. This is about a high school baseball field. This is not Little League, this is not soccer, this is not rec. This is about a baseball field for the high school. I'll be honest, I don't care where it is. Fermi, Powder Hollow, Enfield High, I don't care. As long as it meets the requirements that a high school baseball field needs. And you can ask every single one of these kids back here and all the future players back over in that corner, what do you need? You need a level infield and a level outfield, number one. I sent you guys all the presentation. Hopefully you looked at the actual picture of Powder Hollow. It is bumpy, like you can't get a ground ball without getting a ball in the face. It's awful. It's not safe. It's not a baseball field. It's a Little League field that was built in the 1960s that and again, I'm going to say I because I represent Little League, had a discussion with Corey and Jay Goucher, and we gave them that field and said, fine, you can have this field because you deserve to have a fence with a fence, a high school field with a fence, because they had nothing. So then we said, okay, we'll move to Fermi. And that's what we've done since they combined. Now that field, don't care where it's at. You have to have a fence, you have to have flat ground with irrigation and lights. That's it. That's what every high school field in the state has. And as I sent to you guys, and there's a reason why, and I think what it was, out of the, I think I sent, it was 20 fields that I took, right, that are similar size of ours and surrounding towns that we play every year. Out of those, 17 out of the 20 play away from the high school. There's a reason that happens, unfortunately. We'd love it to be at the high school. We would. But can you guarantee me that after you fix the flooding and all the work that these guys are going to say they do, that you can have lights and a fence around one of the fields? Everything that I've seen in the past it was not an option because they use those fields for other sports throughout the year. And I was told years ago, it's not an option. So if we can build it at Enfield High and have a fence and have lights, hey, I'm all on board. Don't even put the money at Powder Hollow. Don't even put the lights up at Powder Hollow. Put them right at Enfield High right now. Right now, put it at Enfield High and commit to it. If that's what you're going to do, commit to Enfield High. If you're not, then put the money at Powder Hollow. 2 things they need, lights and a flat field. Right now, that field is garbage. That additional $270,000 is mandatory to make these fields safe and playable for our kids. Secondary, when it comes to soccer and the other organizations that they're going to all kind of want to come up and talk. As an Enfield Little League individual, I want and would love for softball and soccer and everyone else to have the best fields around, right? And I can tell you right now, as I sent you guys, we have spent in the last 8 years as Enfield Little League $123,000. Soccer, $123,000 I've spent on fields. That's sod, that's drainage, that is clay, that's fencing. This is money that I have raised and we have raised Enfield Little League. Because you know what? We're partners. This is not the town giving us whatever they want. Oh, my field's flooding. Got it. Do something about it. We did. You saw the pictures of my ACC field. Go down to ACC. Joe Mueller, I know. Joe Mueller, right, obviously. Guess what they do? And ACC rents the field back from us because they love the fields down there because of what we've done. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
up with that, but I'll do my best. Danielle Gerard, 18 Edgewood Drive. I'm Danielle Gerard, chair of the Enfield Community Advocates. We were founded as a way for Enfield residents to come together to discuss issues that matter the most to us. We are a diverse group of residents from all political affiliations and backgrounds. On Tuesday, December 12th, the ECA sent an email to the town council in regards to the proposed change to the Powder Hollow project. Responses were received from Mayor Nelson and Councilor Finger. We would like to thank Doug Finger for his response and answering our questions. We appreciate you sharing factual information about the amount of staff and their responsibilities. That information is needed for decision making. Also agreeing to 90% of our email gives us hope. Hope that the vote is based on the town's needs and not a partisan agenda. Taking the funds away from Powder Hollow because you may feel the past administration has a vested interest is opinion-based and an unfair way of governing. This is not the way to appropriate town funds. We would venture to guess that a large number of projects in this town have had someone's vested interest. Have you considered the American Disabilities Act, ADA, Section 504, or the 2015 settlement case of Kempf versus Michigan High School Athletic Association? Remember the reasons Fermi was closed. We suggest you review them and be concerned as an entire population of our Enfield youth has been neglected. And then ask yourselves, are you truly in this for the betterment of our town and youth? Let's say we get Powder Hollow up to regulation. Now it rains and the field is flooded. How are the kids going to play on a flooded field? The holes and unlevel ground will still cause injuries while playing. Without regrading, proper drainage, and sod, the field will not be safe and unusable. How is that fair? Thank you, SLR, for the presentation, for answering some of the questions we previously had. In the end, it still does not fix the issue of lights, fence, and dugouts for the high school field at the high school, or even at Powder Hollow. We also would like to thank you for including the sports teams in the future decisions of the fields. We are all standing here tonight asking for the Powder Hollow project to be completed. Our interests are solely on the town, on the needs of the town, its residents, and the promises that have been made. This vote should not be rescinded. The money should 100% stay with Powder Hollow because it is needed now, not in 1 to 10 years. Any leftover funds should stay within our Parks and Rec so that we all have equitable playing fields, not infrastructure. This is not an unreasonable ask by any means. On a personal note, as a longtime resident of this town and a baseball mom, I would love to see these parks and fields finally updated for my children and the children of this town to play on safely. Thank you.
Okay, we're out of time for public communication unless somebody wants to make a motion to extend it for another 30 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend it.
Motion's made. Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of extending another 30 minutes? Opposed? Cindy? Okay. Okay, we're good. Bob?
Robert Bukowski, 21 Francis Avenue. Thank you for the extension. It's not about baseball. It's not about the other issue either. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Tonight I'd like to discuss the Union Square subsidized housing project. I'd like to address it from a cost perspective, Connecticut General Statute 8-30 perspective, and an Alliance District perspective. I support everybody who's spoken this week and previous weeks about the parking issues, the buildings out of character for what we want in Enfield. I support all that, but there's more to it. I'm not in favor of this project. I'd like to know who has the final say. Is it the town council or P&Z? If you can answer that question during councilor comments, I'd appreciate it. I'm not against development, but it should be more selective, not just anything and everything that increases the grand list. So regarding the cost analysis for this project, if you calculate the property tax revenue from this $30 million project, you must also offset that revenue by the increased expense required for preschool through 12 education. There'll be many school-aged children in this development. Each school-aged child comes with a $20,000 expense per year. A large part of this development will be subsidized Section 8 housing. These units will be occupied by mothers with children. That's what Section 8 housing is. These units are not going to be occupied by recent college grads, cops, firemen, riding their bicycles down to the train station every day to go who knows where. That's just a delusion. The property tax revenue will never cover the education costs. This will be a net financial loss for Enfield from day one. So issue 2, the Connecticut General Statute, section 8.8-30. The statute allows an affordable housing developer to appeal to the courts if their housing proposal is denied by a municipality. However, Enfield is exempt from that because we already meet the 10% affordable housing threshold. They do not have the right to sue us under Section 830 if we deny the project. We can deny the project. It's not the plan we wanted. We exceed the 10% threshold already, and we don't have to feel guilty about it. If you Google the list of towns that meet the 10% affordable housing threshold, you'll find there to be 29 towns. That means 140 towns in the state of Connecticut do not meet the threshold. Enfield is already doing more than our fair share. From the perspective of the Alliance District designation, if you also Google the Connecticut Alliance District list, you'll find 35 towns on that list. Every single one of the 29 affordable housing towns that meet the 10% threshold are also on the Alliance District list as well. The project puts us deeper into the Alliance District hole. Enfield is going in the wrong direction. Let's not become like Hartford, New Haven, New Britain, Manchester, even Bristol, just to name a few of the towns and cities on the list. Let's become more like Somers, Suffield, Glastonbury, Avon instead. Let's choose our economic development projects much more selectively. I'm in favor of things like medical office buildings, business parks, office condos, industrial parks, retail space, restaurants, assisted living, age-restricted senior housing facilities. I'm not in favor of smoke shops, cannabis retailers, or subsidized low-income, age, unrestricted housing projects that put us deeper into the Alliance District category. And that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We're on first time still. Sir.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Christina Tatro. I live at 42 Green Manor Road. I'm the market manager at the Artisan Market at Nathan Hale School. I'm here to ask you to please consider making it a year-round market. As the market manager, I brought our vendor numbers from as few as 5 vendors over the one weekend over the summer on the green to over 50 vendors this past Saturday. Artisans and vendors come from all over the state to attend. This past Sunday, we had artisans from over 20 different towns here in Enfield. This brings the town business by supporting local gas stations, restaurants before and after the vendor fair, and by bringing their clients and customers to our fair who also are supporting our towns in the same way. When a small business does not have a website, they do all of their business at these markets. At our markets, you can meet the makers, ask questions about products, find unique items that you don't find in store. Have you ever Googled events that bring communities together? I did. And one of the first answers that comes up is arts and crafts festivals. I've been trying to do that with the Artisan Market at Nathan Hale. I've collected items for the food shelf. I have a table of community flyers advertising local events, and I found a few volunteer musicians and vocalists to provide entertainment. We've created an amazing network of artisans and vendors who care for each other and help each other in more ways than I can even explain. One of them tried to be here tonight but couldn't, and because she couldn't, she emailed me a letter to read to you. It says, "Good evening. I can't be there tonight, but I've asked Christina to pass along my message if given the opportunity. My name is Brandy. I've been a crafter at the Artisan Marketplace for roughly a month now, selling my hand-poured candles and sun-dries. This opportunity has been such a blessing for me and for many of the other vendors as well. I can't speak to their stories, each of them touching and inspiring, but I can speak to what it would mean to me if we were to grow the marketplace. I am legally blind. Not something I normally share, but there it is. I cannot drive. It is very difficult for me to arrange to go to numerous shows, and I was ready to give up before I learned of this opportunity. I got back into candle making just before the holiday season as a means to make a few dollars towards holiday gifts. I got so much out of this experience. You see, I'm a proud mom of a fantastic senior in high school. They've watched me struggle now with anxiety and depression for years and see how therapeutic candle making and having consistent, supportive outlet has been for me. They have been a fantastic cheerleader, salesperson, and driving force. I don't know what I'm going to do when they go away to school next year. Hopefully, I will be at my candle booth at the Enfield Artisan Marketplace, continuing to make them proud. On behalf of myself and my child, the talented artists and crafters that I have had the privilege to meet and now call friends, and the hardworking volunteers and staff who have put so much effort into creating this opportunity, please support the growth of this event on a permanent basis. See you this weekend and have a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season, Brandy." I was going to end here, but after reading Brandy's letter, I started thinking. The connection that Brandy made with her child is not unique to her in this market. My relationship with my son has grown much stronger as he's been providing music to us on a weekly basis and is really enjoying coming to the markets on Saturdays and Sundays. In addition, the artisan bread maker who's set up next to my husband's stand brings their child and has the same effect. It's a great family event for both the artisans, children, and customers. All I can do is give this my all, and that's what I'm up here doing. I'm very flexible and up for compromise. The rest is up to you. I'm all set. We are also wondering if it is possible for us to open up this Friday night. It's not currently in the schedule, but the vendors are asking me, and so I'm asking you if it's possible for us to open Friday night. We would like the hours to be 5 to 9 if possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir.
Hi, I'm Jeff Gentis, 37 Cottage Road. It's on three things. One, on housing. We need more housing. We need more affordable housing. To hell with Summers and Suffield. Number two, on soccer, I support the speakers who mentioned that Shaker Field is a mess. It's an embarrassment. We have people from all the travel teams come there and play there, and it is 3/4 of the time a disaster. On baseball, it's a nice idea. It's a nice thought to play at the high school. But even if we designed everything with ignoring all the other parking issues and ignoring all the other sports that need the fields, you had 2 baseball fields up on that screen. There are 3 baseball teams. Get the varsity, JV, and the freshmen. You're going to need some place for that another team to go and play, and they're going to have to play off-site. You have a proposal in place for Powder Hollow. Even if you're not a baseball person, and I say this is, to be clear, I have a baseball-playing son. Even if you're not a baseball person, you have experience walking on grass. Check out the outfield. And you know someone who's at least 6 foot. And check out the dugouts. It's just inadequate. We're not asking for something that's state of the art. We're just asking for something that's like on par with what a town our size should be providing. And it's what we need, parents with kids doing sports, they actually look to the facilities in the town when trying to find what towns they want to live in. We need those folks to be buying the houses. We need those folks to be moving into new developments. We need those folks for our churches to be putting money in preserving our community. And then the last point, and I understand that to the extent that like politics is unavoidable with some of this, and to the extent that baseball is seen as a pet project of a couple council members, just name the thing anything you want, anything after any local heroes. You can name it Copen Field. It doesn't matter. The high school players need a better field than what they have now. And I appreciate if you follow through with the project that was approved in the past and go forward. Thank you.
First time. Scott Coles, 26 Fletcher Road. As you can see by my sweatshirt, I'm a baseball dad, so obviously I have some skin in the game. I grew up in town, played baseball in town. The fields haven't changed in 35 years. We need to support our kids. Our kids need to come first. All I ever hear is, oh, we can spend money here, spend money there. We need to put it into our kids. They suffer on those fields. We go to other towns, go take a look at their fields. As council, if you go to those fields and you come to our fields, you should be embarrassed. It's a shame. Public Works does the best it can, but I don't think you give them funds to do it. I know we have a lot of volunteers back here, kids. We're not even allowed to do work on the fields because the town won't let us, right? You got a lot of volunteers here. These kids deserve better. This money was already allocated. Let's get it done. Let's do it. This project that these gentlemen put in front of you, it's worth it. Do that too. These kids deserve it. You got people leaving town because they're embarrassed to be in Enfield for part of their sports. I think you need to just take a minute. Politics should not be involved in this whole process. Our kids deserve better. That's all I have to say. I didn't write anything, but thank you very much.
My name is Jason Stanhope. I live at 7 Fremont Road. I'm also a baseball dad. I've had two sons go through the programs. One is a senior this year in high school who has been playing on a very lackluster field for since he was at Powder Hollow. It's been, I don't know, 5 years now. My other son who graduated 3 years ago, same thing. Never had a good field to play on. It's pretty sad that we can't get a varsity or a 90-foot diamond with lights, with the, as Mark said, a flat field that our kids don't have to get injured on. The pitcher's mounds are horrible. They're huge holes where they stand when they pitch. You know, the drainage will be fine over in the JV is fine playing over at the high school. They don't necessarily need a fence. It'd be nice if they had one. But with all the other sports, I don't see a fence, you know, between softball and baseball. There's no way you're going to get fences in there with the other sports using the fields. Football practices there. Soccer, there's lacrosse practicing there in the spring when the JV baseball team's actually playing on the other field. You get lacrosse balls bouncing across while the people are just sitting there on the side watching games, getting hit with, you know, hard rubber lacrosse balls. So, again, it's pretty lackluster. We definitely need to do whatever we can to make Powder Hollow a state-of-the-art field where they can be proud to play. We travel around for Legion and high school and everybody else's field that we play on. Everybody has one field in their town that is beautiful, taken care of, and maintained very well, except for Enfield. Our fields are horrible. I was on the Little League board for 6 years. I volunteered. I actually spent many hours down at Asnuntuck rebuilding dugouts, fixing the snack stand, doing anything I could with my own time, with, our fundraising and whatever we could do for Little League to get as much money as we could to maintain those fields. What little we could do before the town, we can only do so much because the town won't allow us to work on the fields themselves. So that's about it. We need to take care of those fields and use that money to put into those fields for the future. Again, my son's graduating this year, so he's probably not going to be able to get a chance to play on it, except for maybe next year if he plays American Legion ball. But a lot of the kids that are his age or teenagers are going elsewhere and playing travel ball in other towns because they are not proud to play ball in Enfield.
Thank you, Jason. First time?
How are you doing? My name is Josh Santos, 12 Christopher Drive. Thank you, Council, for some time. I want to first say that I didn't play baseball in Enfield. I grew up down the shoreline, played for Notre Dame West Haven. I played baseball at the University of Connecticut. I played professionally for two organizations, San Francisco Giants and the Cleveland Indians. None of that matters to me. What matters is that the kids that play baseball in this town have something to be proud of. Leaving and go and look at other towns that border our town, you see tons of fields with lights, fences, and those kids are proud about where they live. Our kids, to hear that they have to leave to be proud of something else like a AAU program is unacceptable. Our kids should not be collateral damage with respect to political affairs. We should provide every opportunity for them to have the resources and the athletic facilities so that they're proud of their town they live in. It is your responsibility to make sure that they stay in this town after they grow up. And I can tell you right now, my son, along with his friends, are the next generation beyond these high school kids, 9 and 10-year-olds. And they go to other fields, again, 9 and 10, and they see the quality of those fields. To hear a proposal of $300,000 to create drainage, that's great. But the reality is, we've approved money for a baseball field. And now all of a sudden, because there's a change of political affairs, we want to all of a sudden take that money and place it somewhere else. My son plays soccer as well for ESA. Those fields need to be done as well. And we need to find solutions in order to raise money or put money aside to develop all those fields for the kids. Look at all of you right now. Some of you probably have children in this town. To hear that baseball has not been impacted from a facility development for 3 decades or more is unacceptable. To make decisions to provide facilities for returfing the football fields and for them not to be satisfactory and have to returf them again, that's a decision that's made by our leaders in town, not by any of the Enfield Little League president, not by the ESA president. It's by people like you in your seats. And what I'm asking for is that you consider the kids, the community, bring them back. I have 11 players that are part of the AAU program with me from Enfield. We collected toys. We brought the toys over to Enfield PD today for Toys for Joy because it's about community, and they're proud of it. Let's keep them proud. Let's keep them here. Let's stop seeing our kids go other places to play sports. Now, I'm an owner of a private AAU organization, part owner, and I'm saying that because I care about this town. I didn't grow up here, but I've been here for over 20 years, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And I hope you are too, to make sure that our kids, my kid, and all his friends have an opportunity to play on something that they're proud of. Thank you.
Anyone else for the first time?
Hello, how are you? Mark DeBoni, 7 Grandview Drive. I'm also the treasurer of Enfield Little League. I have 2 children that are currently in the Little League program. One of them, 10, he'll be 10 in the next couple of months. One of them is still in T-ball. So this Powder Hollow project is very important to me as
my kids grow up in this system and have a place to play and be proud of when they come to Enfield, their friends come to Enfield, and they don't have to worry about, embarrassment or, So what I want to say is when the gentlemen were presenting and they had some Google Maps satellite projections up there and we were talking about how, maybe that was a great solution. If you look at the Google Maps of that facility, there is no way realistically that you could have a world-class, best-in-class facility for baseball or any of the sports in that area. You have to really pick and choose. You can't say, oh, we've got this great thing that can also be used for soccer, can also be used for field hockey. It's the area, while big, cannot be isolated. You put a fence up, you put lights up, it's 60% of it's going to be taken over by baseball. So you can't have, your hand in both pockets on that. It's not going to work to be as flexible as you think it is, I don't think. So that's really all I had to say. Is I just wanted to, just level set and think, like, looking at that picture, couldn't that really work? Can you really have, the fence and the dugouts and a proper backstop and the netting to protect the stands? Put stands there in general. You look at the satellite view, there's no place to put stands. You're expecting everybody to come to those fields regardless of where they park. Now they've got to carry, a folding chair or some other way of providing their own seating to watch those games. I mean, the whole project, to be able to have a place where everybody can come together is, like everybody said, you go to these other towns that have these facilities, and you're like, wow, this is really amazing. And it's almost intimidating when you go to those other towns. When you see the facilities they have, it provides a little bit of pride for the players when that's your home field and everybody comes in and they say, wow, this is really nice. It almost gives you that little boost of, competitive advantage. To have players from other towns and see what we play on, and it gives them the competitive advantage of saying, hey, we got these guys. This is what they play on. We can do better than this. So that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Anyone else for the first time? First time. All right, Jack, come on up. Yep.
Thank you. Jack Sheridan, 7 Buchanan Road. I'll be fast. I wanted to bring up the Shapiro report. I don't know if any of you know what the Shapiro report was, but it was like 4 or 5 decades ago. But it was about Thompsonville. And we've had a lot of paid for assessments of Thompsonville and how to fix it. And you know what the one key thing on all of those was? Parking. Think about that. You go back 40 or 50 years, it was parking. The Shapiro report clearly said what we should be doing is buying the derelict houses or burned out houses and tear them down and make parking lots to have off-street parking. Enough said about that. It's just a little history. Education grant dollars. I heard when I was watching on TV this huge discussion between our previous town manager and Chris. And they were talking about why they didn't get the $4 million grant money. And they danced around that issue. It was tiring. It's pretty simple to me. You don't reward failure. If you're in the Alliance District, why would you reward them for failing? We have minimum budget required. And there was a period of time when I was tracking it, where there were 18 years where every year, on average, we went down on our population in the schools by 200. And yet, we continue to raise the budget. And then we wind up, there was a while back I came to the meetings, probably 6 months ago. I says, geez, when I looked on the online real estate, they said, gee, Enfield, the ratings for the school, 1 through 10, was 5. And a month later, it was 4. And I came back and said that. I said, what's going on? And then it doesn't show anymore. It somehow disappeared. They don't put that rating down. So if people are moving here because we have good ball fields, we've been being told for years that they're moving here because we have good schools. Well, academically, that can't be said. Now, people say, well, it was because of the pandemic. We had private schools, we've had parochial schools. I checked on them. They all went up. Their academics went up. So, and some years back, this is going back a while. Thank you. I took enough of your time. I think you get my point. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We're out of time again. Everybody spoke for the first time, so I'm ready to move on to Councilman Communications if you guys are. Okay, thank you. Again, if we finish before 11 o'clock, you can come up and speak at that time. So we're moving on to Councilor Communications. I'm going to start with Councilman Finger.
Thank you, Mayor. There are a few things on the list. Mark, you can't leave.
I have to.
Temporary. All right. Thank you again. First of all, I have some things on the list here, then I'm going to get to my thoughts about what's going on with Powder Hollow and Anfield High School. And I want to apologize, but I have to, the reason why Mayor Nelson gave this to me first is because I haven't seen my wife since December 1st. She's flying in tonight at 10:45 because her flight got canceled this morning. I've already informed the other counselors. I'm sorry, I have to leave no later than 10:15, 10 after 10. So I apologize for that, but I want to let you know where I stand on things. Okay. With that being said, thank you, Pam, for everything that you and your husband do for the veterans. It's nice to have people like you. And I know God's looking down and saying, you people are awesome. Through the mayor to the town manager, I sent some photos today about Abbey Road. I don't know why this curving was not finished going down towards the track, but it should be. Because as you saw the pictures, everything's washing out and it's going into the road and it's causing a safety issue with longer going in towards those tracks. If today was cold and it froze over, that would have been a skating rink there. We can get that taken care of. That'd be great. Find out why. If not, let's get it done. And as you saw across the street, that's been sitting there for a while, is the Browbrook Road, right across from Abbey in the same section. There's that broken telephone pole that's been sitting there. It's all snapped in half. And they got the new one already there. But why they didn't take the old broken down, snapped in 1 1/2 out of there? If that thing comes out, it's going to swing, we'll say, right? And the car can, somebody can get hurt. Let's take care of that. And the Artesian Fair that was brought up earlier, that is a great place. I was there yesterday. I'm not going to tell you the gifts I bought for my wife, but I did buy 2. And they are requesting February 22nd, a Friday, along with that weekend. I'd like to see them be able to get that Friday night, please. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I said I would like to see it happen. Okay. I want to talk about, I'm going to talk about Powder Hollow, and I was going to talk about here too, but I'm not going to waste everybody's time on this. I walked, and I have pictures of Powder Hollow. I was there yesterday with my dog walking around, and it just brought back memories of what happens at the baseball fields. And Mark, I'm sure you'll agree with this. If you've never heard of soft toss, That is something where they have a batter waiting by a fence, and the coach throws the ball, and he smacks it into the fence. It's a little batting practice, but it dents him. All right, down near that batting cage, the whole side is dented in. The cage is fine. What you need is to have that fencing replaced. Okay, that's bad. And there used to be signs at Mark Twain, because I remember putting them up myself, saying no soft toss. That is damaging town equipment, town stuff, and it's making your park look like crap. And it's not just the home teams, and I'm sure the visiting teams do it too. But it was bad. It's bad on there. You've been down there. Well, I'm sure you've been down there lately. And that field isn't. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't let my kid play in that field. That field is horrible. As I would not let him play at Shaker. Okay. That field needs to get redone. Irrigation works, and the fence, I think, is fine. I think if you try to move it back another 30 feet, you're going to go into the parking lot, and, kids hit home runs, smash windows. But I think the fence is fine. I think it needs to stay, in my opinion. Warner track needs a lot of work. The whole area needs a lot of work. That infield is dangerous to these kids. As they were talked about earlier, a ground ball comes up, it's going to pop up, hit the kid in the face or something, and give him a black eye, or whatever the case may be. And when you go off towards the outfield from the infield, it slopes down. Okay? That's dangerous, too. Now, with people saying the fields aren't in great shape, they're absolutely right. I will tell you, and when Tammy from the ECA came up, what I gave to her in my email to her was I want to explain to her that the Town of Enfield Buildings and Grounds Department has 15 laborers. Out of those 15 laborers, there's 3 shifts. There's a Monday to Friday, which has 8 laborers on it. There's Monday to Thursday, which has 3 laborers and 1 crew leader. And then the Wednesday to Saturday shift has all 4 laborers in it. They are packed with work because they handle all the facilities in this town, every town building, every school department building, all the grounds, all the things that are happening in this town. It's buildings and grounds, like your Torchlight Parade and everything else, our 4th of July. Buildings and grounds is out here busting their keisters. And they do a great job for what they can do in the time that they have. I really like to see more emphasis put onto the fields, but the cost is there too. We all know that. And the president of the Little League, he did a great thing, because when they had the Thompsonville Little League and Hasville Little League, when they combined, he's been the president since then. That's Mr. Sakala. And he did a great job, because I walked with him when I was down in B&G over at ACC to look at how we can run a water line, how we can get bathrooms in there, how we can do a better press box, how he did it. And he did it because he helped by doing fundraising and getting sponsors. That's something that all the sports associations need to do. They really do. And I apologize for this. The problem, one of the problems of the fields is that they're overused. They're overused. And people talk about Summers, how beautiful it is, how Windsor Locks has got this. I played baseball at Pacey Park in Windsor Locks. I mean, I grew up there. Bob and I grew up in Windsor Locks playing over there. All right? The fields are overused. And that's one of the situations we have, because we have so many fields. So if you go to Summers, they don't have a third of what we do in this town. Neither does Windsor Locks or anywhere else. There has to be some kind of a cut, a line, saying how many people, how many teams you're going to put on each field. It's just like a turf field. Turf field is only supposed to have 10 hours and a 40-hour week of practice on it. All right? It's a lot more than that. And I'll tell you something, we have to do something, because, again, it has about safety and everything else. But, again, now we have pump stations. We have a school, what's it called, where they want to combine the grammar schools. I'm sorry? Consolidation. Consolidation. Modernization. Thank you so much. Consolidation. There is a lot going on up here. And I don't think anybody up here doesn't know that, and everybody wants to make the right decisions. We want to make sure that this town is run so people do come here and do stay and everything else. But, this hasn't been here like this. This has been years and years, decades of what's been happening in this town. I just want to see everybody get along. I want to see everybody make it right. I want to see these kids play on safe fields. And if I had my voice, my vote tonight, which unfortunately, again, I won't be here for that, I would vote for doing that field over down Powder Hollow. I would say do in-house work. We could have buildings and grounds. Yes, we're going to add more to them, or even highway department. Redo those dugouts. They did them before. They've done them. They have the experience in that. And if we can do some work in-house to save money so we can put money in other things that we need without taking money from other things to pay for things, that would be fantastic. I'm sorry for rambling on, but I wanted to let everybody know where I stand on this. And I think that ECA organization with Tammy and Brandon, I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. I'm glad you got that going. I like it. I like it because taxpayers need to be involved, as they do in our facilities group, our facilities committee. We have, like I said, we have ourselves up here, we have Board of Education, and we have, right now, we have 4 members from the public on it. They are voting members, and that's how it should be. You should have a voice also, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. First, thank you very much to everybody who came up and spoke. Mr. Mayor, what I would like to do is make a motion to take item G out of order. I think we all know that the majority of the people in this room as audience members are here for item G. And it is late already, and I know we did have some kids here, but to be honest, the kids probably stay up later than the adults. So the adults are probably ready to go home and go to bed. So I would make a motion to take item G out of order, whether it's right after counselor communications or after the town manager report. But that's my motion.
I'll second that. Okay, motion's made and seconded. Any comments on the motion?
I'm against moving stuff around the agenda. The agenda is the agenda. It's a public meeting. Folks have spoken. Great job. And the agenda should stay as the agenda should be. I'll be against this amendment.
And I also have concerns with the Higgins Park. There's a lot of money that's going there, that the 2 projects, money's got to come from one or the other. So I'd like to hear Higgins Park before we move on. So I also will not support it. Councilman Finger.
And just to let you know, I did request that myself to have it moved up the agenda, and I was turned down also too because of, that's what they said, they want to keep the agenda. But I cannot, I can't let my wife sit at the airport for long because she'll kick my butt.
Councilman Crisati.
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving this up. I think it's an important part of tonight's activities, and we had a lot of people here that are anxiously waiting, so I'm in support of it.
Councilman Mangini.
Okay, I got lost in the weeds. Is it my turn to speak on?
We're talking on the motion.
I will support Councilor Sakala's
Motion. Okay, thank you. All right, roll call or show of hands?
You can do a show of hands if you would.
Okay, all in favor of moving this up on the agenda? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? Okay, 5 in favor, 6 against. The motion fails.
That was all I had. So you
Thank
guys
you.
have to hang out a little longer.
All right. Do you have anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay. I'll start. Jim, you're good. Doug, you're done. Lori, you have anything for Councilman Communications?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Pam Townsend and Lucian LaFay for the beautiful job that they did on Saturday for the Wreaths Across America. We had a beautiful day. I remember other years with it snowing and blizzarding and freezing temperatures, so I'm thankful for that. You really do the volunteers and all the veterans proud, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob, anything?
Be real quick, through Mayor and Town Mayor, I know you're going to address it, but could we, the soil sample, if we made a formal request to the DEP, could you address that as well? on the individual captain spoke of. And I know you're going to talk about whether an application's been received yet. And so one other thing, just an announcement that Senator Kissel is also putting a bill in where, again, I think we spoke about this, giving towns the option who already have 2 or 3 solar fields. They're not farms, they're fields, which we have. I think he's going to put legislation in to try to give towns the ability to opt out. Just let people know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mangini.
Thank you. On a brighter note, I do want to thank Pam for her hard work with Wreaths Across America and of all the people who attended. And God bless our veterans, priority. And I would be remiss not to acknowledge the Penelope Terry Abbey chapter of the DAR. Kelly Davis worked closely with Pam, and my understanding is that our daughters, who were in attendance with Kelly, covered 3 cemeteries. King Street, 100%, Old Hazardville, 100%, Enfield Street, and that number totals 240, I believe, or around 240, includes the Revolutionary War soldiers from Enfield. And I think that's phenomenal. And we have to remember that we're working as a team, that while people were at St. Patrick's Cemetery, there were others covering the remainder of Enfield. And the goal of the DAR is to go forward, as is Pam's goal, to cover more veteran graves. So again, I just wanted to say thank you. You did a phenomenal job. I was proud to be there. And I wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Cindy. Mayor Bob.
Yeah, I have
Councilman Crissati.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got so many hats on.
Oh, gosh, geez. Well, I'm going to have to put on a different one right now, but thank you. I do have a couple of comments to make. First of all, for everybody that did come up and speak tonight, whether there's in support of Powder Hollow, we did hear you loud and clear with the use of Enfield Soccer Association and the fields, and especially over at Shaker Field. I know those fields are not in good shape, and I think that's something that we can definitely look at as a council and getting that facility up to par. And that's a no-brainer. When we talk about servicing the youth and what's going to make this town move forward, athletics is a big key component. And the more you keep children involved, it's the less they're off the streets. And I think that's important. And I'll talk more about the Higgins Park and Powder Hollow as the resolutions come forward. But I just want to have a couple of things. First of all, as a reminder to our senior volunteers that are out there, as a constant reminder to each and every one of you, please do not forget, if you're going to be using the tax credit program and application, make sure that you have all your hours logged in by the end of December 31st. Please get them into the Senior Center staff who's overseeing the program, and applications turn into the Senior Center by February 1st. But you have to have your hours logged in by December 31st. I just wanted to give everybody a reminder about that. I think it's a great program, and I'm hoping that a lot of people take advantage of that $400 tax credit. The second thing, the Rachel's Challenge breakfast at Enfield High School. It was nice to see many of us in attendance and many people from the community. And remember, the Rachel's Challenge, and it was a club that was organized that dealt with suicide prevention here in town. And I know that there is a group that we have now in town that's going to be dealing with our mental health awareness. So these two groups will, hopefully intermingle, but the breakfast was well attended, and thanks to Chef O, did a great job, and all the teachers and volunteers who made this program, once again, a very successful program, and all the children that visited Santa was fantastic, I have to say. I have sore arms and shoulders from that event, but it was good. Also, something that was brought up with the school safety, which will become to public safety through the town manager, through the mayor to the town manager. And I know that I did put this in writing also, and you did, that we will bring on the agenda the bus safety issue for AM and PM dismissal and arrival with the buses, okay? But thanks for recognizing that. Appreciate that. That's all that I have to say right now, but to everybody, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, all that good stuff. But let's move forward.
You got nothing, John?
Other than to be the eighth person to thank Lucian and Pam, I will just say this: thank you. This is the third time I've gone to that event. It is emotional. It is rewarding. I know how much work you put into it, and so I'm going to thank you like everybody else. And I can't wait till next year.
All right, Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Okay, so the last person to thank you, but I'm going to put a plug in that it is buy one, get one. So now's your time to buy your wreaths. I've already gotten mine for next year. And you can do it through a PTO. I'm also looking at one of our two wonderful moms. I need to do a shout out to our two moms on a mission, Carrie and Lauren. They once again provided Christmas for so many families in town. Enfield is so fortunate to have these two ladies. So absolutely fortunate. And you know what? Enfield comes through. Our community comes through. Christina, I'm hoping that Chris will get in touch with you. Somebody just made a comment that we didn't move this up because of politics. That's not the reason. If you look on the agenda, we have another big item we're looking at that can have some impact on our decision. So I didn't think it was right either that we moved it up. We need to look at Higgins Park too. I really appreciate looking at the new fields at Enfield High. I appreciated what Mr. Sakala said about looking at it and maybe not doing 4 fields there, but maybe doing 2 fields there and doing a really good field for varsity. I think we need to weigh our options out. I've not changed my mind. I'm an advocate of our student athletes playing at school. So that's where my head is at. But I do appreciate them coming and giving us. I'm looking at that, maybe thinking Shaker Field could use some of their little sand slits. I don't know if that can be done over there, but because I know my granddaughter plays soccer there and it's wet. So maybe we can learn something from that. We need to work together on the project, and I think all of us up here really do want what's best for the kids in this town. So I do appreciate everybody coming forward, but as you heard, we have a big decision to make on a lot of different projects that need to be done in this town. So it's not easy.
Thank you. Okay, so first I'd like to say I attended the community chorus at Fermi, and what a great job they did. I mean, it was a phenomenal show. Councilman Sakala joined me there. Well, we weren't together, but I don't want people to think that we're hanging out. So, okay. And then the Enfield Community Band was at JFK the following night. They did a great performance also. Wreaths Across America. I forgot who to thank on that one. Does anybody know? I don't know. Pam, I thanked you there. So, Torchlight Parade, Mary Keller. I mean, she pulled it off. Phenomenal. Buildings and Grounds, they pulled it off. The Cultural Arts Commission. It was probably the best attended parade I've ever been at. I'm going to say out of all of them. So maybe we should consider doing them on Saturday nights instead of Sunday. And I think at this point, cultural arts is just going to have to demand the weather's nice. I mean, so we don't have to worry. Or we do a rain day every year just to do a rain day. But it was phenomenal to see the whole community come together. It was definitely a great, beautiful night. We had a meeting with the Enfield Historical Society president or chairman, Peter Sorensen, about the Martha Parsons House and discussed different options of possible ways that the town could help, or they could come up with different ideas. And I'm putting this out there because he did. Anybody out there who has ideas on how this property can generate revenue to save itself, it doesn't have to make $1 million, but there were comments like a tea party and stuff like that. So it's out there. It's a historical home. It's a beautiful home. It is starting to get to the point it needs work. So please, any ideas out there to help this move along, contact Peter Sorensen at the Enfield Historical Society. Chris, as far as the artisan market goes, she has asked several times about use of that building after Christmas. Now she's asking about use of the building on Friday night. I believe we have staff there when the building's open, correct?
Yeah, what I had done, and we were waiting to hear back from leadership to share with the caucuses, I supplied to you the cost of custodial and town staff to keep it open. And I think the feedback was perhaps we would continue it beyond the date and maybe expand it, but you'd like to see if they could cover the costs or share in the costs. So I guess publicly we'll just ask that. I know they've offered to do a certain fee per vendor, and perhaps she's also been a coordinator for us, and maybe she could test the waters on that and see if there's interest. Otherwise, it's up to the council. As you all know, we had the Enfield Farmers Market during COVID, which had many, many vendors, and we expanded it indoors at the square. It was well received, so I know how popular this is. So I would support it and encourage it. So if you would like me, and we'll just publicly state if they would be interested perhaps in charging a small fee to try to cover costs, she could get back to us and I'll report back to the leadership, and then you can make the decision if that's acceptable to you.
Well, she wants to be in there the 24th.
Well, I think we can make a command decision tonight and say Friday's a go without any other compensation. And going forward after Christmas, we could consider trying to offset the cost with a fee, or most every one of the other fairs does that. But for Friday night, I think with your consensus, we'll tell her yes, and we'll direct Donald Nunes and staff to make it so.
So I would be okay with the Friday night. My concern is if the gym is usable, why are we using it to store stuff? Why aren't we using it for a rec program? And I have a real problem with the building being unmothballed, heated, electricity, staff on site for zero cost. Taxpayers are footing the whole bill. And for a 3-hour use, then they keep their stuff in it all week long, so our rec leagues can't use that gym either. So I would ask that in this week, before we make a decision on after Christmas, Buildings and Grounds or somebody goes in and assesses the gym and the use. I do know there was one area of the floor that is buckling, and I spoke with her about it, but I would be okay with them moving the stuff out of the gym into the cafeteria and storing it there. But if the building's heated and stuff, we should be using it for rec basketball or whatever rec leagues use, volleyball, stuff like that, and they could store their stuff in the cafeteria and then get both spaces on Saturday and Sunday. But I would want that looked at because it's not right. The taxpayers are paying for this building that was mothballed to be opened back up for staff and everything, and they're paying nothing.
From your lips to Donald's ears, and we'll talk about it at our staff meeting tomorrow.
But it went through you. I did not tell you
certainly
directly,
did, right through
Donald.
here, direct.
Okay. Okay, so that's Christie. And through the town manager to the town attorney, Jack Sheridan had made a comment about the sinking fund not being legal. Can you please get us a legal opinion on that?
They had done research back. That was before my stint, and it had been researched with bond counsel. And Mark can research that and bring it forward. I'll disseminate it to the whole council.
Yeah, just bring us a copy of that, please. And then, Mr. Sakala, I got to say, I agree with everything the man said. He's well-spoken. And my question is...
Is there any relation?
I don't think so, because he's too nice of a guy.
All right.
So
I was just wondering.
She knows. So the high school field, like he said, he don't care where it is. And I can respect that. But there's comments that we can't put a fence up there. Well, if the fields aren't playable now and nobody's using them, and we fix them and put a fence up, who are we stopping from using it? There's nobody using them.
That's not accurate.
Okay, so I'm asking.
I will speak to all of that when we get there, or I can do it now. That's not accurate. People use their fields. Varsity doesn't play, sorry. Varsity doesn't play there. They played a different one. Right, we can save this,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is that's not accurate. They use those fields.
Okay, thank you, Gina. I appreciate that. All right, so she answered that, and we'll address it a little farther, because if we can't put baseball, a varsity field at the high school, the varsity team needs a field. So, I mean, I need answers to this, because if it can't go at the high school, well, then I may have a different look on how we approach Powder Hollow. So I would want those answers. All right, that's all I have. Councilman Finger.
Through the mayor to the town manager to Donald Nunes, the men's room stalls don't have any latches on them.
Here?
No, at Nathan Hill. So whoever goes in there to go number 2, there's no locks on them. Sorry, folks. Merry Christmas.
As I would say to my children,
Not
a little
yet.
TMI,
Hang
but
tight for a few minutes. All right. Okay, so we're moving on to, we got town manager. Okay, town manager's report.
thank you. Good evening. Just a couple of things. Nope. Good night, Counselor. And your photographs and your requests I already sent to Public Works. Thank you for forwarding them earlier in the evening. And also with Bob Crisai's comments on public safety, we forwarded those on, and those concerns will be addressed as well. Thank you for sending it during the day. Then I have an opportunity to do it before the meeting. Couple of things. The RFQ on the Realtor is done. It's been reviewed by Finance. That will go out Wednesday. I would just like to say we've been working diligently with some interested parties in regard to the Enfield Square, perhaps repurposing, redevelopment. But in the interim, we haven't ignored the tenants that are there. And we went out and met with them, addressed some of their concerns, and we're trying to assist them. I would just like everyone to know here and in the community at large, there's a lot of great shops there, a lot of enthusiastic people, and I would just encourage you to visit their website. They are responsible to do their own advertising. So if you go to the shops at the Enfield Square on Facebook, you can see the different shops. There's some eclectic ones, pretty varied. They draw people from far and near. So I would hope that we could go and visit and support them if you're thinking of your shopping in the next week or so. A couple of things. I espouse to this, that if somebody says something and it's important, being a lawyer, John's a lawyer, and I disagree with the premise of the, law school, I'm attributing that to you, John. John and I, people think we don't joke. You're welcome. But I'll get to that in a moment. I probably met with John more and discussed things and had a better rapport with him than probably have had an opportunity to address the rest of the councils. But my point is this, and I think the sports enthusiasts and coaches will understand. You know, sometimes there's the heat of the game, and a ref, this is my analogy, makes a call. Coach got to jump up, and he's got to make a challenge. And sometimes he raises his voice, and that's what I do. Because as you can see, most people have left. If I don't do it then and there, people think it is what the question perhaps was. And I'm going to get to the point why I got a little excited about it. But first I'm going to say, as you can see, most everybody's left. A statement was made earlier about, I made at a meeting 10 years ago, a remark to a teacher. Absolutely true. And I do it again. We were under discussion at a public hearing, school safety, We were talking about the safety and the lives of our children in the schools and renewing the school security officer program. I, as public safety director, had gone to every school twice a week for 2 years after Sandy Hook. Every teacher in every school was complying with the procedures of keeping the exterior doors closed so a gunman wouldn't walk through, because that's what they look for. Air quality concern? This teacher stridently said, "When it gets hot, I prop open the back door of my classroom. I don't care what the rules are." And you know what? Yeah, I got angry, and I told it was wrong, and I'm not going to use the language, but I basically said you're putting all of your children at risk, and I used stronger language. I guess if I had been calmer and reflective, I could have said it in a little nicer way. But I don't regret ever having said that, because the school safety of our children is the most important thing that we do. So, leading to this current discussion on Powder Hollow. Do you know who proposed the first $689,000 for Powder Hollow in the CIP budget 2 years ago? Me. Right, Bob? Bob came to me, and his concern was we couldn't use the fields because of drainage issues. We didn't have a fix like this. He prevailed upon me. He brought all your concerns forward, and I put it in the CIP, and the council passed it. So I don't want any aspersions here that I don't support it. But when it's then said these other tranches of money, which I wasn't here for, together with the 300, I am advocating 1.5 million. I'm not. My job is to represent all of you, all of the sports. That's why I wanted the study done, and that's why I bring every option. Luckily, John Hammer was in the audience. I didn't know about the new process to do the fields, but I brought it forth. Is it easier for me to sit back and get my paycheck and not rock the boat? Sure, but I'm not going to do that, and I don't think that's what I was hired to do. So I'll try to comport myself and try not to let my temper get the best of me sometimes. And if I do, I apologize to all of you in advance. Probably won't be the last time, but I feel strongly about these issues. And I think we have a very good and viable list of choices here. And you're the policymakers, not me. I'm not the mayor. I'm the manager, and it's my job to bring all of these things to you for your consideration. And that's what I will hope to do. And tonight you have some good options available, and I hope you'll consider them, having listened to your constituents, because this is how the process works. This is how it's supposed to be. We mix it up. We talk about it. And then we shake hands and go home, and we be friends or stay friends. So that's all I have, unless there's anything I missed. Oh, excuse me.
Well, I'm not on the agenda, so I'll take a pass. It's late. A couple quick things. Mike, you asked about the solar farm. I think we mentioned it before. I'm not aware that anything's even been applied for with the siting council for Town Farm Road. And if anybody, like I said to the mayor, because they have a habit of sending it to the mayor. Sometimes Bob Prasadi may still be getting them because they're a little slow on the uptake of the siting council. So just keep an eye out for it. So we haven't really, that's not pending. Just so you know, I mean, and I'm aware of what Representative Hall did. I guess because she filed that legislation actually a year ago to give local control back, or control back to local zoning agencies. And it sounds like she's doing refiling it. And just so you know, I was doing a little digging, and actually currently the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, in working with the Department of Agriculture, they have a draft procedure for solar farms on agricultural property. It's still in its draft mode. I should have made more copies for everybody, but I could probably put something together and have Chris or somebody could distribute it to you folks later. It's on, I think it's on the Siting Council's website. You kind of got to just dig around for it. And it talks about all the issues with farmland, adjacent properties. It's 10 pages long. It's a draft that they're floating around. I mean, Representative Hall and Arnone and Senator Kissel may have more information with regard to that. So just wanted to keep you updated on that. That's about it.
It doesn't say they're going to do it. I mean, we formally request a soil sample. that's been the request I've had. You know.
Oh, I don't know who's,
I think he made it clear. We basically, if somebody wants a soil sample, we don't have the authority to do it, Counselor. The DEP does. If somebody thinks there's something going on or wants to make that request, we don't have the staff or the expertise to do that kind of testing. And you have to go on the property.
We don't, right.
We don't. So if somebody has that, you have to pass it on to the DEEP. And then with some, if you pass it to us, we will do it. But I need to know the property address, the farm, and what the concern is, and we'll pass it along immediately.
I did, but if you need more,
Okay, I'll look. I apologize. We usually pass them right along. I thought it was more of a generic question.
That's what I thought, too.
So, reports of special committees, anything? Seeing none. Unfinished business, we have, sure, go ahead.
This would be, I'm new to this, so this would be the time with the prison liaison committee. All right. I attended my first prison liaison committee, and through the mayor to the town manager, there was no DOC representative there, and I just would hope the next time we do have somebody from there. Also, it was discussed about inviting possibly Summers, DOC warden, or somebody to come to our meetings. Can't force them, but just an invitation might be something we'd like to do.
Thank you, Councilman Hendrickson. Unfinished business, we have none. New business, the consent agenda, 12A. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Okay, next, we're moving on to appointments by the town council appointed. First one would be the Board of Assessment Appeals. The term of office of Lori Longy, Democrat, expires 12/31/23. Reappointment will be to 12/31/26. We have her application. Are there any motion to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations? Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Sheila, roll call or? Discussion? Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to go first. So I would like to just say with regard to this reappointment and a previous reappointment to the Board of Assessment Appeals that was made a couple of weeks ago, I'm not under any pretense that we have votes to contrary to approve this candidate, but we have been through a great deal of trepidation, animosity, chaos with members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. And I know people on this council have done a tremendous amount of work, bipartisan work, to try to find a path forward for our community. And it's very disappointing when you believe that the best path forward is to start fresh, and yet we come to this point and we do the same thing over again. And that's my disappointment. And I know that there's people on the other side, on your side, that agree with that. But for whatever reason, we're going to move forward with this. And I get it, but I just needed to express more than anything the disappointment that I have that at this moment, people just can't seem to be able to do the right thing and help us move past all this. And so I'm going to be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sakala.
Very briefly, and I won't speak on all the rest of them, I don't think, but just this one, I will not be supporting Lori, just basically due to her behavior and all of the things that are in the independent review that she did incorrectly or illegally.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Roll call or show of hands?
We have for the past couple of years been doing show of hands for appointments. Either is appropriate.
Okay. So all in favor of Lori Longy? All opposed? 6 in favor, 4 against. Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to the next one, the Commission on Aging, the term of office of Pauline Davino, alternate, U, unaffiliated, expires 1/1/24. Reappointment will be till 1/1/27. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any other nominations? Motion's made and seconded. Any comments or vote on the closing of nominations? All in favor of closing? Okay. Any comments? Seeing none. All in favor of Pauline Davino, Commission on Aging? It's unanimous. Thank you. Number 3, Commission on Aging, the term of Mary Ann Harris, alternate, Democrat, expires 1/1/24. Reappointment will be till 1/1/27. Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any other nominations? Motion's been made. Is there a second? All in favor of closing nominations? It's unanimous. Any comments or questions on Mary Ann? Seeing none. All in favor of Mary Ann Harris? It's unanimous. Moving on, Commission on Aging. The term of Timothy Slade, Republican, expires 1/1/24. Reappointment will be to 1/1/27. Motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion's made and seconded. Any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? There any questions or comments about Timothy Slade? All in favor? It's unanimous. The Ethics Commission, the term of office for Joel Cox, Democrat, expired 10/31/23. Reappointment will be till 10/31/25. Motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's
Second.
made and seconded. Are there any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Any comments on Joel? Seeing none, all in favor of Joel Cox? It's unanimous. Okay, Ethics Commission, the term of office of Raymond Walsh, Republican, expired 10/31/23. Reappointment will be until 10/31/25. Is
So
there a
moved.
motion? Motion's made, motion's seconded by Bob Crissati. Any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Any comments on Raymond Walsh? Seeing none, all in favor of Raymond Walsh? Thank you. Ethics Commission again, the term of office of Elizabeth Ellery, unaffiliated, expired 10/31/23. Reappointment will be till 10/31/25. Is
So
there a
moved.
motion? Motion's made and seconded by Councilman Crissati. Any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Motion's made, seconded by Councilman Nasuda. All in favor of closing nominations? Any comments on Elizabeth? Seeing none, all in favor of Elizabeth Ellery? It's unanimous. Okay, thank you. We're moving on. Housing Authority, the term of office of Barbara Lawrence, Democrat, expired 11/30/23. Reappointment will be until 11/30/28.
So moved.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any other nominations?
Motion to close.
Motion's been made and seconded by Councilman Mangini. All in favor of closing nominations? It's unanimous. Any questions about Barbara? Seeing none, all in favor of Barbara Lawrence? It's unanimous. Thank you. Inland Wetlands Agency, a vacancy exists due to the resignation of Phil Kober, Republican. Recommendation is Dylan Bridge, Republican, until 6/30/2027. Are there any other, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Motion to close?
Second.
And second, all in favor of closing? Okay. Any questions about Dylan? Seeing none, all in favor of Dillon Bridge? Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Inland Wetlands Commission and Watercourse Agency, a vacancy exists to the resignation of Bob Hendrickson. You quitter, you. Republican. Recommendation is Kelly Hemler, Republican, until 6/30/25. Motion to approve? Motion's made and seconded. Are there any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Motion's made. Is there a second? Okay, motion's made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Okay, any questions or comments about Kelly Hemler? Seeing none. All in favor of Kelly Hemler? Okay, opposed? We have one opposed, abstention. Okay, so it's 9-1-0. Kelly, congratulations. Library trustee, the term of office of Deborah Fiore, Democrat, expires 12/31/23. Reappointment will be until 12/31/26. Motion's made and seconded. Any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Motion to close nominations has been seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Okay. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none. Okay. All in favor of Deborah Fiore, Library Trustees? Okay, 10 in favor, 1 against. She passes. Huh?
Excuse me, which counselor was against?
I was.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So 9 in favor,
9 to 1.
1
That's
against.
What did I say, 10 to 1? Yeah, because Doug left. All right, Planning and Zoning Commission. This we did last week, or 2 weeks ago, but I said alternate, and it's not. It's a full-time seat. I apologize. Planning and Zoning Commission, the term of office of Joseph Muley expires 12/31/23. Reappointment will be till 12/31/27. Correction from the 12/4 meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion's made and seconded. Any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Are there any other Jesus. Are there any questions about Joe? Seeing none, all in favor of Joe Muley? It's unanimous. Okay, moving on. Planning and Zoning Commission, the term of office of Linda DeGray, Republican, expires 12/31/23. Reappointment will be till 12/31/27. Motion?
Motion.
Motion's made and seconded. Any other nominations? Okay,
Close nominations.
motion's made, motion's seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Okay. Any questions about Linda DeGray? Seeing none, all in favor of Linda DeGray? Okay, so there's 9 in favor, all against, 1 against. Okay, congratulations, Linda. Planning and Zoning Commission, a vacancy exists to the resignation of Louis Fiore effective 12/31/23. Recommendation is Vinnie Grillo, Republican, until 12/31/25.
So moved.
Motion's made
Second.
and seconded. Are there any other nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Motion's been made to close. Motion and seconded by Jim Nasuda. Councilman Nasuda, all in favor of closing nominations? All right, any questions about Vinnie Grillo?
I do have a question.
Sure.
Thank you. I don't know the person, and again, I'm just looking at the data we have, but it says that he attended 7 meetings in the past 12 months, and I'm understanding that there were quite a few planning and zoning meetings. So I'm a little concerned about attendance, and then I'm also concerned with most of these appointments that, and again, they are, Republican appointments. We don't have many Democrats on these commissions. And planning and zoning, is a statutory commission. It's very important, as you know. You were on it. And I'm just not comfortable with this, so I'm going to be voting no.
Okay. Would you like me to address that?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, me and Councilman Santinella, I'm not sure why this wasn't explained to you, but at this point, you still have more Democrats on planning and zoning than we do. Because 2 years ago, when you removed me, you replaced the Republicans with Democrats and unaffiliated. All we're trying to do is get our seats back, and we're still not there. So we're not playing politics. We're just trying to get our names back on the board. It's that simple. Commissioner Grillo did have a serious issue with the chairman who refused him to work on an application that was in front of them and basically disrespected him. And instead of escalating the situation, he chose to step out of the situation. And if you'd like, you're more than welcome to call him and have a conversation with him, because I did, and I believe several other people on our side, because we had the same issues too. But I did see the meeting when it went down. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, any other questions? All in favor for Vinnie Grillo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Opposed? 3 opposed. 7 in favor, 3 against. Thank you. Okay. Planning and zoning.
Your mic, Shan. Your mic.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Commission, the term of office of Virginia Higley, Democrat, expires 12/31/23. Recommendation is Terrence, actually, it's Patrick Hooper, until, Republican, until 12/31/27. Is there a motion to approve? Motion's made. Second.
Second.
Okay. Are there any other nominations?
Yes, I would like to nominate Terrence Lynch for this position.
Okay, the motion's made and seconded. Terrence Lynch was a past member of Planning and Zoning, and he has the experience, and at this point, we think he'd be a better fit for the full-time seat. Ginny Higley has been a vital part of Planning and Zoning. Unfortunately, along with what Councilman Mangini was saying, she is one of the only seats that is available for us to fill. And if we can straighten this out, I would gladly support to put her back on Planning and Zoning in the future if a seat becomes available. So are there any other nominations?
Yeah, I'm going to nominate Chris D'Antonio. Chris has been an alternate on Planning and Zoning and has served well for the last 2 years, and I would like to submit his name as a candidate.
For a Republican seat. Okay, keep playing the games. All right, so there's another nomination. So at this point, we'll do roll call, and you just, motion to close nominations.
Motion.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? Now we're going to do roll call, and you just state the name that you support for the seat, please.
Counselor Sakala.
Chris D'Antonio.
Counselor Crisati. Counselor Hendrickson.
Terrence Lynch.
Counselor Ludwig.
Terrence Lynch.
Counselor Mangini. Counselor Nasuda.
Terrence Lynch.
Mayor Nelson.
Terrence Lynch.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Terrence Lynch.
Counselor Santinella.
Chris D'Antonio.
And Counselor Ungary.
Terrence Lynch.
There are 6 votes for Terrence Lynch and 4 votes for Chris. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, sorry. Thank you. D'Antonio.
Okay, so moving on, Planning and Zoning Commission, the term of office of Nick Lafakis, alternate, expires 12/31/23. Recommendation is, this was Terrence Lynch, Republican, until 12/31/27.
Since we already appointed, we can't, so.
Right,
I make
so-
a nomination for Pat Hooper.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded for Pat Hooper. Are there any other nominations? Christian D. No? You're going to,
didn't get him the first time.
right, you're going to make a motion to close nomination?
Motion to close nomination.
Okay, motion's
Second.
made and seconded. All in favor of closing nominations? It's unanimous. Any comments or questions about Pat? No? Okay, all in favor of Patrick Hooper? Opposed? 9 in favor, 1 against. Okay, moving on, finally, to the resolution to amend the Enfield Town Code, Section 14-1, appointment of building inspector.
Second. You got to put your mic on and do it, though.
Oh, I'm making a motion to waive the reading.
Second.
God, I was looking forward to that. Motion's made and seconded. Are there any comments on the motion? All in favor to support the motion? Opposed? Okay, the motion passes. This is,
Well, that was to waive the reading. We didn't
Right.
actually vote on the resolution.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have a question?
No, I thought you were moving on already.
No, I was going to start reading just the basic of it.
Okay.
And then we'll have comments.
Yeah.
And so this is a resolution to amend the Town Code, Section 14-1, the appointment of the building inspector. We discussed this a couple meetings ago. We were in full support of it. We had a public hearing last meeting, and we just didn't have time to get it on the agenda. I see that the building official, Ray Stedward, is here with us tonight. If we have any questions for him, I don't know if you'd like to come forward, Ray, or...
He's been sitting all night.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to let him make it worth his while for being here.
At least I can still stand.
There you go. So, we all know the work that Ray does within our town, and I think he's done a phenomenal job within the building department. And hopefully we move him forward in development services, gets a new direction. So, are there any questions for Ray? For the town manager?
No, once again, I think it's important, we're designating him now the chief building official rather than inspector to show the magnitude of the job. And also, he will now be appointed by the town manager and report to him, which again reflects the importance of the job to the community. And Ray has done an exceptional job, and I thank him for all the work and all the work of his folks in his office.
I agree with everything he says. Councilman Crissati.
Ray, I want to say congratulations, and you are a vital cog to our town, and keep up the great work, especially in your department. Keep it up, Ray. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
No? Anybody else? I just want to say, Ray, you're one of the leaders that make Enfield as great as it is, and I know you had a tough job trying to right the ship in the building department, but you're definitely heading in the right direction, and you got a good staff behind you, and I want to thank you for everything your entire department does under your leadership.
Thank you all very much, and we'll keep working to keep moving things in the right direction.
Sounds good. All right.
We just need a motion and a second.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Roll call.
Counselor Sakala.
4.
Counselor Crissati.
4.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
4.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
4.
Counselor Santinella.
4.
And Counselor Ungary.
4.
10 members in favor, none against.
Okay, great. Congratulations. This is a resolution to authorize a reduction of the property maintenance fines for 42 Hartford Avenue. On March 1st, 2022, the owner of 42 Hartford Avenue was cited for one property maintenance violation pertaining to persistent garbage, refuse, or trash. A property maintenance lien was recorded on June 14th, 2023, volume 2874, page 218. Our office confirmed the violation had been corrected on April 30th, 2023. The fines from March 1st, 2022 through April 30th, 2023 totaled $31,074. The Blight Review Committee met with representatives of the owner at their meeting December 14, 2023, where the Blight Review Committee recommended the fines be reduced to $20,724, which represents the updated time in violation from March 1st, 2022 through December 12th, 2022. The town did not complete any clean and liens on the property. The only recourse expended was staff time. Budget impact, there is none. The recommendation is the town council to approve, so be it resolved, the Enfield Town Council does hereby authorize the reduction of the property maintenance fines associated with the property maintenance lien recorded June 14th, 2023, volume 2874, page 218, on 42 Hartford Avenue, to $20,724. Date prepared 12/13/23, prepared by Office of Economic and Community Development.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
John, would you like?
No, I just think the Blight Committee is doing a great job kind of managing these liens and, making sure that the town is kept whole, and we recommend the council approve this.
Sure.
Okay, again, my question is, we're reducing the fee, but through 2022, this is 2023. So I guess I'm a little confused as to why we're cutting out 1 year.
So what happened with this one, Councilman Mangini, is this house was foreclosed on in 2019. And the bank has held title on the house since 2019 and done nothing. The house is blighted. And the only reason they started to address the blight issues is that HUD will not take the house back in the condition it's in. So they did the repairs to the house, which stopped the blight liens, but now they want us to forgive them when they've owned the house since 2019 with tenants in it and did nothing. The front stairs were rotten off this property, and it was unsafe. And Blight felt that they had plenty of time to do exterior repairs to this property. So what we did is we reduced the fines from when
31074. And to be fair, and the bank did put approximately $80,000 worth of work into the property. However, it seems as though 40,000 plus of that was covered by some sort of insurance. So again, I think they just were, this is a case where the bank was not as responsive at eliminating the problem, and we were somewhat conciliatory. But again, the banks just, when you take property, you've got to maintain it, and the neighbors should not have to look at the neglect.
I would ask going forward with these, because there seem to be a few coming through, we could get at least a bullet that it's a foreclosed property.
Sure.
That would be great. Thank you.
Maybe if through me. Chris, if you could just have Christie on the next resolutions, because you're correct, Cindy, there are quite a few of them.
And it would be good to know what we're.
Yes, yep. Okay, any other questions, comments, or concerns? Nova? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Do we have to do a roll call?
It's a resolution. We usually do a roll call for resolutions.
All in favor of a roll call is what I said.
Say roll call. Say roll call.
Well, we know it's getting late, so.
Roll
that's
call,
okay.
please.
Counselor Sakala. 4. Counselor Crisati.
4.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
4.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner. 4. Counselor Santinella.
4.
And Counselor Ungary.
4.
10 members in favor, none against.
Okay, moving on. A resolution to authorize the extension for reduction of property maintenance fines for 34 John Dot.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any questions on waiving the reading? All in favor? Okay, the reading's been waived. So this one was one that came to us about 8-9 months ago. The fines were astronomical on the property, but it was taken back by Fannie Mae, who owns the home now. They committed to the town of Enfield that they were going to do their own renovation of the home, and then they were going to put a property they could be proud of on the market. we agreed to reduce the fines on this. I mean, the previous council members might remember this. And we gave them to the end of the year to do it. They're running a little bit behind because of, it's hard to get materials today. So we've agreed to extend it. They did also ask to eliminate the fine, and the Blight Committee at that point felt we did enough in the original fine reduction, which I believe was over $100,000. So we just care to keep the fine the same, but give them an extension on time. All right?
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Yeah, so moved. Yep.
And a second.
Motion's made and seconded.
So we're authorizing an additional period of time. I got it. Okay, never mind. It's the first line. Sorry.
Okay.
It's late.
It
I
is.
apologize.
Roll call.
Counselor Sakala.
4.
Counselor Casati.
4.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
4.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
4.
Counselor Santinella.
4.
And Counselor Ungary.
4.
10 members in favor, none against.
Okay, resolution for Higgins Park, approval of comprehensive plan. The title, Resolution for Higgins Park, approval of comprehensive. The Enfield Town Council would like to move forward with the comprehensive plan for Higgins Park. This would include enhancements to the parking facilities as well as lighting for walking paths and running electricity to the band shell. Funds are available from several ARPA projects, equipment appropriations that cost less than originally estimated, and from project equipment appropriations that cannot be completed with the available funds. Funds are also available from several regular capital project equipment appropriations that cost less than originally estimated, and from project equipment appropriations that cannot be completed with the available funds. Budget impact is a transfer, will not impact the budget. Recommendation that the Enfield Town Council approve the following resolution. I hereby certify that the above stated funds are available as of December 14th, 2023 by John A. Wilcox, CPA, Director of Finance. Be it resolved that
Move
in
to waive the rest of the reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Right. Okay, motion's made to waive the reading. The remainder, all in favor? Okay, it's unanimous, good. So, questions?
Did we so
Maybe I
move
would
this?
invite up John Wilcox to address any financial questions and Donald Nunes on the plan itself. What I garnered from our last meeting when we had the full presentations, and we'll put those up again tomorrow, regardless of the outcome. But when I came in again, Donna wanted direction on this. Are we going to complete it or not? He did a sweep of ARPA funds that were not being used in CIP funds. I think the consensus, and basically gave you a couple of options that.
This resolution.
Sorry, we didn't have a motion.
Oh,
and a
okay, I'm
second.
sorry.
Yeah,
I
motion
thought
to
Kenny was.
approve.
Second.
Motion's
We're
made
good
and
now.
seconded. Right.
All right. And basically, I talked to leadership, and the consensus was just put down the comprehensive plan with the sweep of those funds. I deleted, there was $164,000 that initially we had asked for to complete the project out of the unallocated fund balance, our rainy day fund. Consensus was no, do it within the funds you have. Donna went back, talked to the contractor. We can do that. Also, there was input from Mr. Nasuda in regard to some savings in the Public Works Subcommittee in regard to electrical that he brought to bear that Public Works endorsed. So basically what you have before you is to complete the park, both sides, electrify the band shell, do the parking. What it does not include, we excluded money for the building acquired next door at this time to do improvements to make it ADA compliant. It was about $200,000. The consensus was, nope, leave that set for now. We'll address it on another day. Number two, the bathrooms that have previously been discussed, there is $200,000 in the ARPA apart from these funds that have already been designated for it, so they're not part of this official request. So having said that, I open to you, Mr. Mayor, and the councilors, and these two gentlemen are here to answer any specific questions.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Higgins Park parking lot. is $825,000 just for the parking lot?
Donald can address that.
I didn't think it was going to be that high. I thought that was going to also include getting 810 Enfield Street up and move.
810 Enfield, and again, Donald Nunes, Director of Public Works. 810 Enfield Street was never part of this original project. That was above and beyond after the fact.
Right.
The contractors, so the original, when we originally put this out to bid, we went back to the contractor and asked him, how can we get this project done for about $1 million, around $1 million or so. He separated out not doing the walkway lighting, not doing the power to the band shell, et cetera, and focused on putting in the parking lot and the connection to the Enfield Express. With there's lighting, there's curbing, there's all those other amenities that go with that parking lot. That was what the $800-something thousand was for the value engineering part of it. So we took out everything related to the walkway, everything related to the lighting of the walkway and powering the band shell.
Okay, that's not the way I understood it before. So, and it's my fault. I didn't bring what I had from the last meeting. I thought I had it in my packet, and I didn't. So the total project to get everything done but not 810 is the figure on, all right, so it is the 825. 825 is not just the parking lot, or is the parking lot costing 825?
It does not include the walkway or the lighting.
All right, okay, then.
Repeat again, please.
That does not include finishing the walkway or the lighting around the walkway.
It does. I think on the second sheet, John can explain the second page of that.
Right, the walkway was budgeted in the capital non-recurring fund, and the sweep from that to get that is the $347,000.
So we have remaining money that was already allocated to the project. We have the sweep of that 347 out of capital. Then we also have the ARPA sweep, which is going to fund all that together.
I think the simplest way is for John to say the total amount of money you're appropriating from the sweep, and Donald to tell them what that will cover on the comprehensive plan. Then we'll all be on the same page.
Yeah, it covers everything on the comprehensive plan. The entire project that was put forth to you, including the walkway, including the parking lot, all the lighting, all that things like that, will happen with this. I did receive the value engineering from the contractor today, and I agreed with his approach. We're going to be removing some pavers. We're going to use cast-in-place curbs instead of regular concrete curbing. We're going to replace the what's called virgin process material with recycled reclaimed material that will pass specification, and to the Councilor Nasuda's suggestions through the Public Works Subcommittee, we saved about $28,000 in electrical items and things like that. So the $165,000 that was short of the original bid of $1.791 million, we only have funding for 1.6 and change. That was value engineered. So we have everything in place. If the council so desires to do this transfer, we will have everything in place to complete the project as designed.
And John, now, the sweep, how much money are we now sweeping and putting in to complete the project? The total amount, please, between the CIP sweep and the ARPA fund sweep.
We would be moving about $1.2 million, 1.3.
I already did the math.
Yeah.
So I think that's the bottom line on it.
Are you done?
Yep.
Councilman Ludwig.
It's going to be short and sweet. I only agree with the 347 round into the 350. I'm not in favor of doing the parking lot right now. We have tons of other projects. I get it. I know why we want to finish it, but I'm sorry, I'm not spending, again, for me, going back to why I supported this project from the beginning was finishing the path, the walkway, making sure the lighting was there, hopefully some Wi-Fi and some of the suggestions that Councilor Nazuda made at the DPW subcommittee. Again, we can't be spending all this money on all these projects, even if it's worthwhile, when, again, sorry, folks are struggling to pay their bills and put food on their tables right now. And so for me, I'm not going to make an amendment unless let's see how the debate goes, but I'm only going to support the 350, roughly 347. Just want to be up clear. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hendrickson.
Coming from a grocery background, when you said supermarket sweep, I got excited. But then when I look at the numbers, Brainerd Park field lighting, we already have a problem when we're taking $132,000 out of that. Is that correct?
When we originally quoted that project, that was to reuse the light poles themselves, the actual poles and the conductors that are out there. It has been several years since that has passed. We got that quote. We had the person come back out again. We cannot reuse the poles at this time. So we would have to buy new bases, new poles, new lights, and run new conductors. So each field was going to be about $325,000 or so plus to light those fields. So that's why, again, the project for 120, I can't do anything other than keep it and not be able to use it until we get more funding for that. So I thought it would be prudent to put it to some better use somewhere, wherever the council wishes to go. We just can't get that project done for what I originally did because of the new conditions that were discovered. We just can't reuse the light poles or the bases and right now.
All right, I understand that. It's taking $130,000 out of a park that we already have problems on. I just had one other supermarket sweep here. Hazardville School windows, another $100,000 out of there. And again, I'm sure you're saying that that's not going to touch a project at the windows, but we're taking money from the schools again, which we need to put money in the schools. So I'm just.
To your point, Councilor, that's part of that building was slated as part of the school consolidation. And that seems to be kind of up in the air right now. $100,000 would, I don't know if it would even cover, we probably would cover the engineering part of it.
I get it.
But if we're going to take that school offline, do we want to spend that $100,000 on knowing that that school could come offline and we really don't see the fiscal need for right now to repair it if we're not going to be in that building and spend the design money on it?
I understand. Thanks for
Thank you.
answers on that. I again, I'm just going to support the walking path part of it. I don't know how it's going to go here, but.
Councilman Santinella.
Yeah, I am going to support the full project and hope that we can get to a place where there's enough of us that agree to finishing something that we started, especially a project like this where, you know, we have evidence from last year and the response that the community has had to creating a bona fide town center that allows us to have activities, bring the community together. And I think that, you know, every time that you've experienced that, it really does have help us build this sense of community and the idea that, you know, the previous council, and I believe the previous council before that, set out to start. These funds are, you know, through the budget, they're either excesses or they're not monies that we are going to be able to use to accomplish things. It's not more budget, more money that's being spent. It's sort of it's this reallocation. We're not asking more from the taxpayers. We're simply moving things around to complete a project that I think the community has said that it will, that it has endorsed. And I think that this opens up a lot of possibilities for us to make even better use of the space by doing the parking lot and completing the project. So I'm going to support us completing this, bringing this to completion. Thank you.
Councilman Crissati.
I am in full support of completing this project. This is something that we started talking about at the end of the last couple of months. All this information was brought out to us. We've had discussions on this. And one thing that we have to start doing, we allocate funds, we have these grandeur plans, and then all of a sudden at the last minute, we pull the plug. That has to stop. It gives people a false sense of reality. We've made these plans. They've been in for our last couple of terms. We have to follow through. I am in full support of this program. The funds are there. And even if we needed more funds, we have a very, very strong general fund that if we needed a couple extra dollars to complete, we should follow through with it. But I am in full support of this project moving forward. Thank you.
You're good, Cindy? Councilman Ungary.
I'm supporting it.
I was on the council back years ago when all this first started rolling and where it really got some teeth, and I'd really like to see it through. And it's really been set in motion. It's just this last little piece that we really need. I don't like to piecemeal projects together. Then it takes longer and gets pushed aside. And even in my own home, sometimes you put something off a little bit and you don't get to it, and then you're trying to catch up. And so, but I'm going to support this. I really want to see it finished and have something here to be really proud of.
Councilman Ludwig.
So I want to make an amendment, but again, clear, the original project also was St. Adalbert's. We were hoping, the referendum had a pool, a splash pad, got voted down by the voters. So again, some of this has evolved a little bit since the original project. I'm in support of what I feel is the original project was the 347, which is again, giving lights to the walking path and Wi-Fi, which would help the surrounding neighborhood where there's some dead zones when it comes to Wi-Fi, we were told on Alden and some other roads in Thompsonville. So I'm going to make a motion to remove 825 from this. I know it's going to fail, but I have to remove 825, 36940.
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any questions, comments? All in favor of removing 825?
I want to take a
2,
look at it.
3. Against? Okay. 7 against, 3 in favor. Okay. Now, I am going to make a, you can.
Thank you. I think we worked hard to find some extra money in there, and we put the lighting back in and power to the band shell, which I feel is important. So I will support it.
Okay, so I'd like to make an amendment to this, and that is that we remove the 132 for Brainerd Park field lighting, because we've been promising them lights upgrades for 20-plus years, and we have to do it. And we may be able to put some more money to that in the near future. So I would like to make a motion that we back out the 132 on this and then approve it as whole without the 132.
So an amendment to remove the 135 is on the table.
132
132.
is on the table. Motion's made and seconded. Any questions? All in favor of removing the 132? You guys are going to really let this fail over $132,000?
That's you guys. You all are making this fail, not us.
I'm sorry. Can we have discussion, then come back to that?
May I just say,
I'm sorry.
I don't know what the vote was, Sheila. Did you get, just so we know we can move on to the main motion or not? Or you want to still discuss this
The
one?
motion was to remove the
132 from Brainerd.
$132,000 for Brainerd Park field lighting. I asked for comments, they had no comments. Well, I mean, if they're not going to remove the 132, this project is going to fail
But I think
tonight.
Lori raised her hand at the end to, that would be 6 and it would carry. If I'm not, you want to, Sheila?
I believe, I thought
So-
I saw it.
Did we?
Yeah, I did.
So that
Okay.
that
Well,
amendment
you
carries.
had comments anyways. What are your comments, John?
Mr. Mayor, with all due, with all due respect, I was not I was not under the impression that removing the 132 was going to require the entire thing to fail. I just thought you were going to try to reduce the total cost versus.
Right, but what I'm
Have the
looking
whole
at,
thing
John,
fail.
is if we don't remove the 132,
Yeah.
I will not support the project. And there's your 6th vote.
Okay, so.
That's
well, you
what I
have-
meant by it's going to fail.
You have your 6 votes.
For what?
You got your 6 votes to remove the 132.
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
got
right,
it.
correct. All right. So that motion passes. Are there any other comments on this? Don't be lost. We're good, Cindy.
So it's going to be 16.
Right. Motion to approve is
Well, no, you
amended.
don't have to, the motion's already made.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So roll call.
Or
For.
Against.
Against.
4.
4.
4.
4.
Again, 4, sorry.
Four.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Resolution to rescind the additional appropriations for Powder Hollow Park, the $811,000.
Motion to waive the reading? A lot of numbers here, Ken.
Motion's been made to waive the reading and seconded. Any comments on the motion? No. All in favor of waiving the reading? Okay, it's unanimous. So this resolution is to rescind the additional appropriations for Powder Hollow Park in the amount of $811,000. Okay, so
What I would say as well, from the last meeting, tried to divine what the intent was of the council, and then in leadership corroborated that the initial tranche of money, which I alluded to earlier, the first was 689. Lights were purchased, and there was, I think, approximately 277 left. The sense I got from the council is that that initial one done 2 years ago, unanimously by the council, that I earlier took credit for, I apologize, but the council authorized that. I believe there was a consensus, you wanted to finish that. The second 2 tranches of money from the CIP and from ARPA, those were the 2 that the consensus of leadership was put those down for possible revocation. Now, the way we did that is only because we wanted to be able to have the discussion and for the public to know if, in fact, you were going to reallocate those funds, they would have had the opportunity to address you as they did this evening, and then you could make a considered judgment. So, having said that, I will tell you what the total amount first of the first tranche and the second. John will address that to tell you how much money you would be putting back into unallocated for use of other projects. And then Donald first will start by telling you, if you do this, what will be left to be done from the first tranche of money? What will you, if we or if you reduce the second or third, what won't be done? But Donald, start with what will be done. As when I left 2 years ago, we had funded what you've done with that money, what would be finished if we let that stand, and then you can, I think, just generally say what the second and third amounts of money, which John will tell us the total when you're done, what won't get done.
Yeah, so the original appropriation of $680,000 purchased the lights that are currently being housed in Ohio. Thank you to Musco for that one. They're still holding our lights for us. And all the engineering and the electrical upgrade to the building. When you first pull in on the right side, we have to upgrade the electrical. That is what's being done, and that's the remaining 277 would be to run all the conductors from that building to the lights and move out the fence. That's what would be accomplished during that part. So everything else regarding the grading of the field, not done. Irrigation, not done. Grading, not done. All the clay, all that stuff would not be done. We would just be sticking to the original. If we were able to keep the 277, which is part of the original 689, what would be done was the original intent of putting in lights for the field and moving the home run fence as much as we humanly can, and the corresponding warning track. That will be completed, part of that. The other 2 parts of money, again, does all the things like the dugouts, proper fencing, proper backstop, and all that. So that it would be that field there. So none of that would get done. What only would be done, lights and possible moving of the fence and warning track.
All right, so John, now could you please tell us, much like the last one, the second and third amounts of money, what do they total?
The total of the second 2 appropriations was $811,000. $541,000 of that came from the general fund, so that would go back into general fund balance. We just go back to the general fund, and that's what this transfer does. The $270,000 was ARPA funds, and that would go back to unallocated ARPA funds. which we have to allocate and encumber by next December, and they have to be spent then by, that, which means we have to have a contract to have them spent. And then they have to actually be spent by December of 2026.
So we can open up the question, but to be clear, that's what it would have covered, and it has been allocated. The money is there. There is no impact to the budget because in the last 2 years, that money was allocated from the general fund and from ARPA funds. So feel free to please question the gentleman.
Councilman Mangini.
Thank you. Thank you for staying. I'm a little punchy right now, but I'll try and make this clear. So I'm understanding from our last December 4th meeting and printout, I think Donald, you gave it to us, that 270 goes for irrigation, regrading the field, sod. Is that, sum that up. Then the 541, I'm sorry, is the dugouts, the batting cage, additional fencing, press box, concession stand. That totals the 811, correct?
There was no concession stand. That was not part of that. There was
It says here, there was a supplemental appropriation of $541,000 for dugouts, batting cage, additional fencing, press box, and a concession stand.
Right, but when we rebid that, we took that out as a wish list alternate, just to make sure that we got the main field done first, and the extras would go out after. That was part of the wish list category after.
Right, we separated those that hadn't been basically to afford it, and we put those on the wish list page.
Okay, so wish list. What qualifies for the wish list? The dugouts?
No.
No.
No, we're not, basically, the council gave us no direction because that was an additional, a large sum of money that hadn't been allocated. So the council said, no, don't include that on the wish list page, so we put it separate. So we're dealing with only the second and third amounts of money, which Donald told you what they're for. Donald, say again, please, what the second and third amounts of money would cover.
The 270 is primarily for trying to fix the grading and irrigation.
I'm sorry, this 270 is for what?
Irrigation, sod, and regrading the field.
Okay, the irrigation. And the 541 is for what?
Everything else. It's for all the clay. It's for
So-
all the other
so
stuff. That,
this resolution is requiring, right, is requiring or asking us to remove that two-part piece.
correct. Again, according to those resolutions, if these do get rescinded, and you still want me to go ahead with the original $689,000 appropriation, the lights will be installed and the conductors to the light poles will be installed, then we'll move the fence out, and that's all that would be done. There would be no regrading, there'd be no top dressing, there'd be
So
nothing.
I'm of the same philosophy as Councilman Crissati. I'm tired of doing things half-assed. Let's get the job done in its entirety. So I won't be supporting removing $811,000. Thank you.
That's not what the resolution says. So let's be clear what the resolution says.
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't there an irrigation system there now?
Yes.
So why do we need a new one?
Because with regrading of the field, as many people have known, it's very bumpy. We would probably have to wind up replacing, or digging it up, lowering it, moving it. We got to remove all those things to do it properly. When we move the fence out in the left field line, we have to add more zones to it already, and we're also trying to upgrade the system where we're reducing run times, better head coverage, and reducing our water. That's why we would do that. Because there'd be so much adjustment. If we graded the field, there's going to be so much adjustment to the original heads and the lines. Some of them, if we cut, they're only maybe this far below ground, so we have to redig all that up anyways to lower them or raise them up and on swing joints, and it's a whole process. It might just be easier to replace it at that point, just because of the waviness of the outfield and the like.
Okay, so in light of what we heard tonight, this is my thinking. The boys our athletes need a field. I'm not going to sit here and say they don't. They need a field. And if Enfield High truly cannot accommodate a varsity field. I mean, maybe we don't go with 4, maybe we go with, I don't know. So we do need the field study. But if we truly take money from this project and then we find out that we can't put a varsity field in Enfield High, I'm not going to be happy.
Neither will I. And we didn't promise
So
that.
I'm
That's why
saying-
before I wanted to make it clear, we weren't promising that. That for
Okay.
tonight's decision, I never, I mean, bird in hand. I mean, that's why we did this initially when Bob came to me and the council decided to do it. The question is, we can finish what the first amount was, then it's the second amount of money. You could vote on that or amend it to do all or not, none of it. And then the third amount of money that we've described, you could say do all or nothing. I would never want to say to these folks that we're going to do the $300,000 to fix the drainage and you're going to have a, I'm just going to use a term, a world-class varsity field there. We could get there, but I don't know how long, and we haven't even proposed it, and we don't even know what the cost is. So that's why earlier I wanted to make it clear I wasn't proposing it, and John can perhaps chime in and
So I
we
asked
can be.
you once before, Donald, how much would it be to make a playable, safe field? So if that 270 comes back in, that gives them lights, fencing, a new field, a good playable field.
No, that took away irrigation, regrading of the.
No, the 270, if I put, that's what I'm saying, if we put that back in.
You mean if you don't rescind?
Right, that's,
already in
right,
there.
that's what I'm
Let's be
saying. If we don't.
Right, that's in. We didn't,
Okay,
we
again,
didn't,
it's
we didn't
11
put that on the
o'clock.
table.
She has the floor.
Right.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm trying to
after
get my
11.
thoughts out right.
Way past my bedtime.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my thoughts out right. And then once we get that field study done, if we find out they can't, then we can reallocate to give them more of what they need. So, do you want to make the motion to add the 270 in, or do you want me to?
No. I know, I mean,
Mr. Mayor, I think it would help just one more time, because I know it's late, for Donald to say, if we didn't revoke the initial, we have 277 left. If we do that, what will be done? Because we didn't have a motion to revoke this. What will be done without further action this evening on the second and third resolutions? What will be completed with current money? Because it's not on the table to revoke this. Donald?
Current funding, with the 689, we have 277 left. The 541 and the 270 will provide the entire soup to nuts renovation of that field.
No, that's not my question, Donald. The initial 689, the first line, that's 277
Yeah,
left.
okay, the
With getting the
270s
lights, and what will that complete? Because that's not up for revocation. That's the baseline. So what will be done?
Just the lights and moving the fence.
That's it.
That is
If
it.
you want to do these other things, Donald, again, explain what the number 2 and 3 funding will do.
The third funding of the 270 is primarily for the grading and sodding of the outfield and the like. The other funding would do all the other clay around the outside, the warning tracks, the clay on the infields, redoing pitcher's mound, having a place for them for dugouts and all that would be for that 541. And we may need, again, if there's some economies of scale in there as well, if they're out there digging up whatever, they'll have their machine there. So that 270 could fluctuate a little bit higher or lower. I don't really know. We could probably get that done for regrading of the field for that. And irrigation.
Yeah, Donald, I just have one quick question.
No. Gina's got the floor right now, Bob. You're still on that.
All right, so I am crystal clear, just so you all know. So you're all going to have to listen to me for a couple of minutes. We are talking about a high school varsity field, our Enfield High School varsity baseball field. Fixing the drainage down there, great. That's step one. That doesn't solve any of the rest of our problems. That actually creates more problems that I think Mr. Rousseau even said. Then what do? You fix the drainage. You still can't have a proper softball field. You still can't have a proper baseball field. If you put a fence around the varsity softball field, you can't use the multi-use field that's in between the baseball and the softball field. You put a fence around the varsity baseball field, you can't use the softball field, and you can't use the multi-use field. If you do it on the backside, where the JV fields are, you put a fence around the JV field, you've taken away another multi-use field. And then you've taken away the JV softball field, and same vice versa with the softball field. And I'm not willing to take away multi-use fields from other sports. I'm not willing to take away a soccer field or a lacrosse field or a football field or a softball field for that matter. So putting a varsity high school field down at Enfield High is not possible unless you take away other fields. Enter Powder Hollow, okay? Now, you basically have to reconfigure the whole thing down there. The presentation indicated earlier today that it would make 4 fields offline until at least the beginning of the spring season. I'm going to tell you that means we need to wait till the end of the summer or the summer to do the upgrades to the drainage, which again, I'm all for. Put a resolution in front of me for $300,000 for that. There's not enough room down there for 3 baseball fields, 2 softball fields, 3 soccer teams, which is 6 fields, by the way, 2 to 3 lacrosse teams, 2 field hockey teams, and 3 football teams, not to mention track and field. Those are all of the sports that need fields down at Enfield High. Put a fence up, say goodbye to a lot of them. That's not something I'm willing to be a part of. This is why we need Powder Hollow. It's not one sport versus another. It really shouldn't be. Soccer, put a $1 million resolution in front of me to fund soccer fields for Shaker. I'm in, all in, I'm a yes. Give me a resolution, because they deserve upgrades too. But what we shouldn't do is take money from an already allocated project, an already funded project. It is one project, not 3 projects, one project, 3 allocations. There is no lit 90-foot diamond in this town. There is no 90-foot diamond that has a fence in this town. We have one other 90-foot diamond at the annex. There's no fence there. There's no real dugouts there. There's no batting cage there. So this varsity team needs somewhere to play that is appropriate and adequate. I don't even need, like, destination, but this right here, this makes it adequate. This doesn't mean it's a destination. It makes it adequate for these kids. Give them a batting cage, because the one down at Powder Hollow, it's installed backwards. If you've ever gone in there and you hit a ball, it ricochets off the poles because the poles are on the inside, not the outside. So we got to fix that. Dugouts, I'm pretty short, but I can barely stand up in those dugouts. So we need new dugouts. There's no place to sit. You've heard it. I don't need to talk about how bad the grading is. It needs to be regraded and put sod in there. The fence, not good enough. That's not acceptable. Let's make it good. Move the stupid fence back where it belongs. It's ridiculous that we're even having this conversation, because these funds are already allocated to this project. I'm going to talk about Brainerd Park just for a minute, because last meeting there was some talk about reallocating some of this money to Brainerd Park, and you heard a little bit about it coming down the pike now because they took out 132 of Higgins Park. We tried to save Brainerd Park. I don't know if y'all remember that. We tried to save Brainerd Park and do upgrades there on the back of a private developer who was going to pay for it. And there were people up here that said no. There were people in the public that said no. So now people want to upgrade Brainerd Park on the backs of our kids, at the expense of our kids. And that's ridiculous. This project should be funded as it was, fully funded. I will not be supporting this resolution, an amendment to this resolution, or anything but the full funding. By way of comparison, the brand new turf for football was about $1.3 million. The new softball field over at Brainerd Park was about $1.2, $1.3 million. This is right in line with that. We're not asking for an astronomical, and by we, I mean the public, not me. To be clear, my kid is a senior and will not benefit, because I know people like to say that. It's not going to benefit me. It's going to benefit people down the line. And that is what should happen. I want to be able to be proud of Powder Hollow and that park, and you all should be too. So I will not be supporting any reallocations or revocations to this. And that's all I have to say for now. And I hope I answered your question on the fact that it is not possible to put a fence in at Enfield High without taking, I still have the floor, but thanks, without taking a field away from somebody else.
Councilman Santinella.
Thank you. So I think it comes down to, the bird in the hand position. We're ready to go. And look, if I thought it's geography, we talked about this last time. It's really geography about where we put a field for our kids to play. And the point that I was trying to make earlier was if everything else is equal, right? The cost of the drainage, the lights, and everything else is the same, whether you put it at Powder Hollow or whether you put it at Enfield High School. You still then have to, by going to Enfield High School, we are going to incur another $300,000 to fix the water problem, which is an expense that we don't have to fix to get a field up and running next year in Powder Hollow. So yes, we could discuss whether or not a fence is going to take away or add or whatnot, but it doesn't take away the fact that before we can do the very first thing, we have to spend another $300,000 just to get the ground going. So it seems like the option, and I think it's great that we have that option to do this down the road, but if we want to get the field done, we still have to spend more money than we would have to spend to complete the project that's already in place. And that was kind of where I was going with my earlier comments. So I'm going to vote against rescinding this because I think we're just in a place where we can deliver our kids a field that they're going to be able to play on in the spring. And that's kind of how I appreciate the passion to have it at the school. I really, really do. But hearing that it's not unusual for a senior, the senior league team to have to move off campus for the reason that these diamonds take up a lot of space that they can't necessarily accommodate on a high school campus. So I will stop there and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Crissati.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I am definitely not in favor of, this resolution that's in front of us. I am definitely in favor of the 3 allocations that were approved with a $30,000 surplus on this project. Before I get into any sort of explanations, I did receive a phone call from Councilman Hendrickson, and he wanted to meet me down at Powder Hollow. And we went down there, we viewed the field and everything, and it was quite alarming to me, or I just couldn't believe, because Bob said to me, he said, this is the first time that I've been to Powder Hollow. So I appreciate him calling me to go down and check the field out. And I think caught him off key here to see that these fields really are not in good shape. Once again, I've been hearing for quite some time about a pet project. This is not a pet project. This is a project for the youth. This is a project for the town of Enfield. This is a project for young families wanting to come in to be part of a community and to have nice facilities. Enfield has great facilities. One thing that we forgot about is at the annex, we redid our pool. It's beautiful. Boys and girls swim teams, our co-op teams. Our hockey players go to the rinks and play. They play in top-notch arenas around everywhere they go. People come into Enfield. Yeah, I was a coach here for a long time. Yeah, I instruct baseball. But I have no skin in the game. My skin in the game is for example, Mr. Santos. and your children and your group of young boys that are going to come through and be able to use this facility and have something to be proud about every time that they step on the field. I will tell you that, being a former player, when you walk on a top-notch field or a field that is in good shape, you play better. You take pride in what you're doing. You play on a lousy field, guess what? Pretty much your performance is not going to be that good. And yes, this town has been fortunate to have good players and good teams along the way, because the coaches will go out and schedule against teams that have great facilities. Maybe the records haven't been great, but they go out and they play the New Britons, they play the Southingtons, they play the teams out in Meriden, in Middletown. This is what it's about. This isn't about us here. This is about our kids, our families. Be proud of what we have. You know, my original, a couple of years back, we had this conversation about, you know, and I can remember the meeting, and I came in and I showed you like what just beginning things of what can be done with Powder Hollow. So, yeah, we did have the allocation, and then we said, well, maybe that's not good enough. So we decided that they put in dugouts, redo the batting cages, even to have a press box. The press box, we could do without that, but a nice scoreboard, and I think that was part of the funding, is a scoreboard and the lighting. That's all part of the funding, but that field needs to get done. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. I went to a state tournament game this past year, all right? We had 2 home games. Enfield High was fortunate to have 2 home games. And the sentiment and being out there, there's no handicap accessible area. With these plans, you're going to have a walkway around where handicapped people in wheelchairs, grandparents, you know, there they are, people trudging them through to watch a ball game, or they're going to watch it out in the parking lot. Nah, those days are over. We have to make things accessible for handicapped people to be able to view their grandchildren and children to be out there. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to say that I am in support of all 3 of the allotments. I am not in support of just doing something not to full completion. Thank you.
Councilman Ludwig.
We just need a motion to approve. Need a motion to approve so we can actually discuss this. Someone make a motion.
Is there a motion to approve this? Marie?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded.
And so, real technical, the actual resolution, I know it says at the top of the title, but the resolution doesn't say rescind. I don't see it anywhere. So I'm just saying, I don't think technically, I think the resolution is we're approving this money, which the money's already approved, unless I'm wrong. So I want to make sure, again, but it says, but be it resolved, I mean, the title means nothing. It's the actual resolution.
Those are taking money out of the construction accounts.
Okay,
They're
so.
taking out of those budgets.
All right.
So from those monies.
Got it.
And they're going back to the transfer to the general
Thank you.
fund. And so
Okay,
they are reducing.
Because
those
usually we
budgets.
say rescind, or, okay, thank you. Thank you, again, thank you both for hanging in there. Again, I want full disclosure, I voted against the 541 in the summer. I think it's too much money. I'm all for finishing the original project. I would actually even be okay with the 270 as we wait to see if we can do. I'm not convinced that we can't do it at the high school, and I want to make sure that we do exhaust that. It should be there. Kids should be able to play the sport at their high school. So but I'm also willing to understand if it's not going to be ready in the spring, we need a backup plan to make sure the field is playable at Powder Hollow. So I'm okay with the 270. I voted against the 541. I'm not going to change my mind now. And again, I just want to be clear on this. Some of that money also came from a project that was approved by a prior council, which was St. Adalbert's, which was, again, in my opinion, what was at the time a great project. Where we're going to take a beautiful old gym, turning into a local gym so kids could play there. I didn't claim politics at the time. The money got moved. So it does happen. It's not just, this isn't just politics. It happens. Councils have the right to move money. We're doing it the right way by actually having a debate, and having a resolution. So let's be clear, this money came from another project that wasn't started or finished. But again, I want to be clear, I'm okay with the 270. I am not in favor. I've already voted against the 541, and I will, I will keep that. I'm not changing my mind there. Thank you.
Councilman Hendrickson.
All right, I know it's late, and I really have a lot of questions, but I'm going to just cut to the chase here. First, I want to thank Councilman Crisati for walking me through Powder Hollow. And I'll thank all the residents for all the emails and the hits I've been taking, whatever, opening my mouth on that meeting. I am here to look out for the whole town. High school sports mean a lot to me. I coached them, I played them. I'm all for the baseball team, whatever we can get them. I think it should be at the high school. That's what I'm going for. I'm not convinced it can't be there either. I've heard of temporary fences. I've heard of other solutions on a smaller piece of property that we can get them in there. So I'd like to look at that. It's a shame we haven't had the study done earlier so that we know what kind of situation we're in, because I hate wasting money on one project or one field and then going back to another, whatever. To me, it looks like some wasted money, which I hate wasting money. That's my thing. Even looking at, we keep hearing about the batting cages. They were put in backwards. Somebody spent money on a batting cage and we let it go in backwards. I don't know how it happened. I'm not blaming anybody, but somehow the town spent money and the batting cage has poles inside and people get hurt. So could that happen again? Yes. Now you want to work on Powder Hollow. I went down there. That field is horrible. And no, I'm not questioning it whatsoever. It looks to me like there's moles running around in there too. I don't know. Now you're going to regrade it, put all this money into it, and we're going to have moles attack and chew the heck out of it again. I'm concerned about that. I don't know. It's near the Scannick River. I'm sure we don't chemical anything. So that is a concern also that I have. Now you're going to put lights on a field. We just talked about overusing fields. Now you're going to put lights. It's going to be overused even more. It's just a concern of mine. So I have lots of questions. I know everyone's here late. I'm the new guy here. I hate spending money. I hate wasting money. Money has to be done. The high school needs a field. I am totally in support of the first money, whatever. Just to get a field up and running should be a concern. I wasn't sold on the 270. Looking at the condition of the field, and if that money is needed to get that field so the high school can play there next year, I can be convinced of that.
Anyone else? So I'm all about the high school playing at the high school, but I need the professionals to tell me they can or they can't. I want to hear from the Board of Education. I want them part of it, stuff like that. I'm not okay with Powder Hollow not being able to get the field to a safe, playable area. So, I mean, I'm willing to entertain the motion to remove 270 out of this
So moved.
and add it back to the original
Second.
project.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Are there any questions on this? Sure.
So that means you're just voting, what you're doing is amending it to remove or revoke the
Yes.
541.
541.
Correct.
That's what you want to do. Okay.
Right. Okay, that's it? No other questions? All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Okay, 6 and 4, 6 in favor, 4 against. All right, now, the amended resolution. Any more comments or questions on it? We can always look,
Yeah.
we,
The only thing that I just want to reemphasize is that we're dealing with an equity issue here. We're dealing with an equity issue here. That's the only thing I just want to just state, okay? In regard to the baseball programs compared to the other, or the amount of money being spent on this field compared to the other ones, and equity for that baseball team also. Thank you.
right. and I'm just looking at it that if we can do something with the high school, we can't afford to do both. So that's why I'm being a little cautious. We can always add more money to Powder Hollow if the high school can't work. So, but I want to be optimistic at this point. Councilman Mangini.
Okay, I have to vehemently disagree with you, Ken, on this one. We don't know. We don't have a magic ball to see where we can go with the high school. Everybody wants it done, wants improvements. That's great. But I think, like our town manager pointed out earlier, we need to understand what the dollars will be. We have no idea. We have ballparks, but this project is already, in the works. And why are we constantly doing things piecemeal? That's insane. That's why it's 2 steps forward and 5 steps backwards. I'm done with that nonsense. So I'm not going to support any amendments.
Councilman Sakala.
I just want to make sure everybody is very clear, and this is more so for the people who are still here in the audience watching at home. This vote is to revoke $541,000 from an already allocated and funded project. So when you watch the vote, make sure you understand what we are voting for and voting against.
Councilman Crisati.
Yeah, through the mayor to Donald, I do have a question. Could you just reemphasize to everybody that this project could start tomorrow?
In theory, it could start tomorrow with the help of John Wilcox signing. We got to get a PO and stuff like that.
I'm just saying.
Contractor has been board. The contractor has agreed to hold his prices.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the public needed to know that. Thank you.
Are you asking him a question?
I'm also.
Will it be playable for the spring?
The contractor did agree to work through the wintertime and move as much as he could, again, weather dependent, and that would be the goal. We did open this bid up, about a month ago, so we have lost some time. Without having talked to the contractor about doing that part of it, I don't know if, I have no guarantees of it right now. I would have to get back to you on that to be ready for the spring.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And as far as the comments about taking funds, these funds were taken from other projects to build this one. So, any more questions on this? Seeing none, roll call, please, as to approve this as amended.
Counselor Sakala.
Against.
Counselor Crisati.
Against.
Counselor Hendrickson.
For.
Counselor Ludwig.
For.
Counselor Mangini.
Against.
Counselor Nasuda.
For.
Mayor Nelson.
For.
Deputy Mayor Pisner. For. Counselor Santinella.
Against.
And Counselor Ungary. For. 6 in favor, 4 against.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Donald.
Okay, moving on. Resolution regarding the appointment of the interim town attorney. Be it resolved, the Enfield Town Council does hereby appoint Thomas J. Tyler as interim town attorney for the town of Enfield effective January 1st, 2024, for a term that will expire upon the appointment of the new town attorney. Be it further resolved, the interim town attorney shall be compensated on a per diem basis based on an annual compensation rate of $65,000. Date prepared 12/13/23, prepared by request. Whose request?
It was prepared by the Assistant Town Attorney, Mark Serrato.
Oh. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion's made. Is there a second? Okay, questions, comments, concerns? Councilman Sakala.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm just going to talk in facts. A lot of what I say is public record, if not all of it. I will not be supporting Tom Tyler as our interim town attorney. There's many reasons for this, but I'm going to focus on 3. First, since I received no CV or resume or application from Mr. Tyler when he wanted to be the interim town manager or when he was asked, I had to go out and do my own research to find out if Mr. Tyler was qualified. I went to the Tyler & Tyler website, and their services are as follows. Residential closings and transactions, representation of sellers, buyers, borrowers, and lenders, title examinations, wills, estates, and probate. Living wills, healthcare appointments, power of attorneys, advance directive declaration, probate administration. No municipal law, no land use, no public administration areas of law, nothing. He has no relevant legal experience in the municipal law area. Why would we be seeking a town attorney that has no relevant municipal law experience? Second, as a member of the BAA, Mr. Tyler has done nothing but during the last year trashed our town. Our current town attorney, Jim Talberg, members of this town council, our town employees, and our former town manager. And actually, he even talked disparagingly about other attorneys. How can he be fair and impartial after spending the last year speaking illy of everybody involved? Lastly, and I have exhibits, and this is public record for anybody who wants to know. Mr. Tyler, and I was actually given these. Mr. Tyler, sorry, Bob. This is Marilyn Tyler's, his wife's, $2,000 contribution to the Enfield Republican Town Committee, dated August 1st, 2023. $2,000 to the ERTC. This is Mr. Tyler's $2,000 donation dated August 26th, 2023 to the ERTC. The same people who approached him and asked him to be their town attorney. Public record, look it up. I'm done.
Councilman Mangini.
Thank you. That's a tough act to follow. She's right on every account. I will not be supporting Mr. Tyler either, primarily because of the chaos that has encompassed the BAA and the disparaging, like Councilor Cicala said, comments, derogatories toward members of this council and prior council. And I don't believe that Mr. Tyler would represent the town of Enfield's interest appropriately. So I won't be supporting him.
Councilman Santinella.
I will. I'll be brief. Mr. Tyler took to the radio waves, and for a period of months, because of his dissatisfaction with the last administration and issues in town, disparaged all of us over and over again, and honestly, disparaged some of you. You know, when we campaigned, I think we all heard the same thing from people, that they wanted the fighting to stop. And now we are going to appoint a town attorney who was at the center of a lot of the fighting. And I just find that to be very ironic in this whole thing. I am sure that it will be an interesting couple of months until we can find a town attorney, but I will not be supporting Mr. Tyler. Thank you.
Councilman Crisati.
Thank you, Mayor Nelson. I'm not going to be supporting this nomination for a couple of reasons. Well, first of all, you know, Gina stated quite a bit of information in regard to that. But I do think that there's a conflict of interest or as we heard tonight, an appearance of conflict. You know, I've been in meetings with many of you, and a lot of the comments that have been stated in regard to the BAA, all three of them should not be reappointed. And here we are looking for 2 reappointments. Now we're looking at somebody that wants to be the interim town attorney. And I just think the appearance just it is not there. As Councilman Santinello stated, it's, you know, there's been meetings here. You know, he's downgraded the town attorney. He's downgraded the town manager. He's downgraded counselors. And I just, the appearance just isn't there. The other thing that I have an issue with is he's going to be interim town attorney. And I know it was stated earlier that he has no intention of being here till March because the BAA will be meeting. If Mr. Tyler came in with, 1, an application, and 2, stated that he was going to resign from the BAA, well, then maybe I would look at it and be more inclined for an affirmative vote. So I'm not going to reiterate the point, but, you know, to me, there seems to be like some paybacks happening here with some of the appointments. I just wish that we would stop the politicizing that is going on and start governing and really moving forward. I think, you know, we have a new council, we have a new you know, town manager. Chris is back. We have to move forward. I'm pretty happy with Mark, with what you're doing over there as being a town attorney. I never want to leave you out, so and I will just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to go. You want to talk about playing politics, so let's go down political lane here. In 1974, Tom was legal counsel and created the North Central Health District. In 1978, he was the legal counsel for the Enfield Housing Authority. And all through the 70s, he was the legal counsel for the Enfield Fire District #1. 20 years ago, Tom was recognized for outstanding service by the Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, by presentation of a certificate of appreciation issued by the FBI director. So I think I'm reading a little bit more than just real estate law. Maybe that's what he chose to retire into. So during all these years, in fact, Tom was the chairman of the Democratic Town Committee. So I'm not quite sure how we're playing politics when most of the boards and the people we're appointing are Democrats. They're not Republicans, because we're going for the right people for the job. We don't care what letter is by their name. As far as, you know, playing politics, I think the people spoke pretty loud and clear. The town manager you talk about, gone. The town attorney you talk about is gone. The Democrat majority who supported all the stuff is also gone. So what are we doing? We're listening to the voters. And Tom Tyler and the BAA took the back of the voters and they stuck by them while there were problems in this town over the last 2 years, and they still stand by our residents. And I, for one, stand by the residents too, and I heard them loud and clear in November. There isn't a better person on the planet to take interim town attorney who we did not ask him to do it. He volunteered if we got in a position. And after everything that you guys did to your own party, I don't blame him for donating to the Republican Town Committee. That's all I have to say. Anybody else? Seeing none at this point, can we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Sakala.
Against.
Counselor Crisati.
Against.
Counselor Hendrickson.
4.
Counselor Ludwig.
4.
Counselor Mangini.
Against.
Counselor Nasuda.
4.
Mayor Nelson.
4.
Deputy Mayor Pisner.
Tom Tyler.
Counselor Santinella.
Against.
And Counselor Ungary.
4.
6 members in favor and 4 against.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other business proper to come before the said meeting? Seeing none. Public communications, it's after 11 o'clock, so that doesn't apply. Councilman communications, anybody? Very.
Just want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New
Good point.
Year.
I'm
I have a
sorry.
quick poem here, a saying by Calvin Coolidge. Christmas is not a time nor a season, but a state of mind to cherish peace and goodwill, to be plenteous in mercy, is to have the real spirit of Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Lori. Anyone else? All right.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas to
Happy New
everybody.
Year.
Thank you.